Hello and welcome back to the Pmsl Europe here. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have got our second day of the knockout stages ready behind the scenes, ready to go for you guys. And I hope that you're locked in because we are ready to knuckle down with some solid PUBG Mobile action. uh, Not entirely sure. I don't know. Are you? Can you be heard? Are you muted? Okay, let's have a quick refresh on that one. As Blank is reconnecting here, we're making sure. Oh, I get a solo shot. Look at that. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'm a lot skinnier in solo shot, that's for sure. As you can see, that we are going to be heading into today with. Oh, he's back. We're going to be heading into today with a little look at those previous standings, right, from the first day of knockout stages. I think everybody was able to get off the mark, if I'm not mistaken. 1 point minimum was earned, but down towards the lower end of the tables, the teams are in danger, Blank.
Yes, they are. We have quite a few teams coming out from this one who didn't look so great yesterday. Not so great at all. And I think that it was slightly happy days for quite a few of our teams up towards that top side where they would just earn points overall, and it not matter too much. Where so many of our squads down towards the bottom just really didn't get any points on board. So you're gonna be scared going into today, and I think today is like this is the savior day, right? This is the savior day for them. Where if they can't do it right now, it's likely going to be in the bin going forwards.
Yeah, it's really not good. A third of the matches that you have available to you in the knockout stages, of course, each team playing 12 matches in the knockout stage, have already been wiped out, right? And some teams have done very, very well from that. I think that we've had a couple of sort of unexpected, maybe, standouts. I think certainly at the top of the tables, we have a little bit of unexpected entrants coming on in. But having a third of your matches taken away really can take the wind out your sails, right? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be friendly. So we'll have to see who's able to weather that storm. Because with 8 matches still remaining for every team currently in the lobby, there is still an opportunity, right, to jump up. It's not about getting the top spots for everyone. It's about getting into those finals and avoiding that elimination bracket from 17th down to 20th.
Which is a dangerous place to be. Again, we have had very, very. It's been a brutal format. It's a brutal format with league stage. We cut out 4, we go to the next stage. We're cutting out another 4, and also not only that, we have 1 day of rest in between those 2 days. And perfect time on this, we get to take a look at our tournament format. So we've already played those league stages. We had 1 day in between knockout stage, and we will have slightly longer going through over towards those grand finals, which will be on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th of July.
Yeah, you can see that is only 16 teams making it forwards. We've trimmed 4 already, 4 more to go. They are broken down into groups of 5, and every team will play 4 of our 5 matches each day. So each match will see 1 group sitting out. So if you don't catch sight of your favorite team, don't worry, they'll be in the next match, as long as they're in the tournament, that is. You know, you can't expect for like 4MV to be in the lobby. Don't be silly. But they will be taking it in turns to sit out from 1 match each if they want to make it to those offline finals, where the smash rule will be in effect. So over the first 2 days of gameplay, our teams will battle as normal, and whoever sits in the top spot will set that score target. We'll take the score that they've earned over the first 2 days from the first place team, we'll add 10, and that will be the boundary for teams to be able to activate the smash rule, which means that if you pass that boundary and then after you've passed that boundary, get a chicken dinner, you will win the entire tournament, even if you're not in first place.
There's a chance for it. Obviously, you do need to be a little bit close to first place, at least, so you can get that target on board after the day 2. But that might just be 1 chicken dinner into another chicken dinner, and boom, you have smashed through and got yourself not only... I wonder if that counts as an EWC spot as well. Would that place you in first at that point in time? I imagine if you're close enough, you would be getting the smash anyway.
For the PMWC spots, it's just based on where you finish in the tournament. So if you finish first, you're getting a spot. Even if you're like 4th on point, even if you're 5th on points and you win via smash rule, which would be so unlikely, you would still win, right? you would still be in first place on the tournament and you would get that qualification spot. So it could be all to play for.
Damn, very, very spooky stuff. Here's our points distribution from 10 down towards 0, from 9 to 16th. Realistically, we're looking up towards the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th place, where you're really getting those large point earnings on the games. Though 3 points as well as 2 points in 5th and 6th can definitely help you out in the long run, as we've seen before multiple times in many different tournaments across PUBG Mobile. That we did see yesterday, it's not enough just to try and hang on for 4th place anymore. You really do need to put the work in. And here is our prize pool. This is for finals particular. So 35 grand for the finals in 1st place. That's not here for this knockout stage, but it is a total prize pool of 200,000. For knockout stage, we'll be rocking with a total of $24,000 for that, with $4,000 in 1st place. 2nd place will be taking down 3,000, 2,500 for 3rd, and for 4th place, be getting $2,000, and it drops down significantly from there. So realistically, you want to get in towards those 1st to 4th place positions, much like the points distribution as well.
Absolutely. It's all important getting to those finals and getting one of those top 4 spots, because not only is money on the line, as Blank alluded to earlier as well, there are spots at the PMWC available for our top 4 teams. So you come 4th, you get 10 grand, but you are guaranteed to qualify for that PMWC, which is a really, really important accolades to be able to jump on in with some of the best teams in the world who will be competing later on in this one. Of course, we get 4 slots here in Pmsl Europe because Regnum Carya were able to win the PMGO at the start of the year. That added an extra slot as a reward for winning to the region that Regnum Carya play, which is this one. So we normally only have 3, but this time we're treated to a 4th.
Yeah, loads of spots available for teams, and usually is that top 3 that's really hard to get into. But the 4th place is a little bit easier of a sneaky pickup, right? A lot of times. A lot of times we have 3 teams who are fantastically strong, and you get yourself the 4th place spot. It's kind of a tie-in, but this is nice. It opens up a little bit more. Here's our rainbow of a chart here on the match calendar. From the 27th through to 29th. You can see here we're highlighted on the 28th, because if you checked your calendars, you checked your watch, it is the 28th today. So just reminding you of the day and time. It's also a lovely, lovely Saturday to be watching your PUBG Mobile in.
Absolutely. The graphic design artists have gone overtime on selecting 5 bold colors that also match the color theme. I think that deserves a shout out. Fantastic work to our graphic design department. Very happy with that. They've managed to nail it, to be honest. I'm actually impressed by that. That's something that maybe you guys at home don't notice, but you know what? I'm happy with it. As we head on into our groups, you can see which teams occupy which groups. These were seeded based on their performance during the league stages, and they will be sat thusly. So far, I think there was certainly one of our groups that was incredibly strong. I'm trying to remember which one it was, but they ended up in like 1st and 2nd and 3rd overall on the group. I have to look back at my notes.
I believe that you're probably talking about Group A, because Bra is doing very well, as with Fenerbahçe, as were S2G. Could be wrong, though.
That would
be wrong.
Although it was Barsay from Group B who sat top spot right at the end of the day.
Yeah. Maybe you were freestyling. Maybe you're doing a little bit of freestyling. I mean, FUT definitely were able to get a strong position. It was off one game, which I didn't like all that much. Alas, these things happen. And it does give you that viability to stay towards the top side, like you were saying yesterday. You have your 4 games a day. One of those games is a 20-pointer. You slack off for the other 3. You do that 3 days in a row. You've got 70 points. So, yeah, I think for FUT, they're quite happy to do that. So as long as they're getting those 23, 25 points daily, thumbs up. Weird way to play, but thumbs up. It works.
Hey, that's what happens in those short-form tournaments. Let's take a look at our overalls, though. And as I said there before, it is indeed Barsay in 1st place. 39 points there. 2 points ahead of Fenerbahçe, S2G. You got BRX Esports as well over on that front side. So definitely Group A, formidable there, because you've got Fenerbahçe, S2G, and BRX Esports in the top 5. But Barsay, Regnum Carya, BWNRX, these are all names that you will have to worry about. You can see they're all at 30 points or higher.
Barsay, some strange games where I think that they were in good positions quite early in the match and then capitalize off the back of that. Though I won't say that they didn't play super well, right? I think that it wasn't terrible play from Barsay yesterday. I'm not ready to categorize them as like a hard-hitting team just yet, though. I know that might sound cruel, but from watching their league stages, it didn't strike me as a super potent team. If they can keep this up, maybe I'll change my mind. But right now, this feels like one of those days where you have a little bit of luck on your side. The macro is a little bit easier for you. I think one of the main things that I see with Barsay is they get themselves caught up in some bad rotations sometimes. And I think yesterday they were just had a little bit more free space. That's not going to be the case going to finals where we do have the same 16 teams every single time. But this is more important to take a look at right now, John.
Yeah, the bottom side of the tables. You can see the 4 teams outlined in red. If we close the tournament down as it stands, they would be eliminated. So for Beşiktaş, for Bra, for BX Brothers, that's not Regnum Carya, that's a fake logo, and Guild, that is going to be a little bit of a danger zone there for them. Certainly, mostly for Guild, right? That is the team that we are most critical of in this scenario. 1 point off 4 matches is not good enough. It will not be good enough. And if they don't change something, they will be going home.
BX Brothers are also cosplaying as Regnum Carya. It's not us guys. It's Regnum Carya is bad. Regnum Carya is bad. Okay, promise. But no, you can't do that. You can't be stealing other people's logos. You must wear the red zone of shame on your shoulders. Okay. But yeah, for BX Brothers, it's not great. For Guild, it's not great. For Bra, surprising for them to see them there as with Beşiktaş. That's terrifying. But yeah, it did seem impossible. It definitely did seem impossible. But they've made it happen. So well done to them.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. You love to see it. Barsay, standing tall behind. Is that a panther or a puma or a jaguar? It's got mild dappling. It's got mild dappling. I'm not entirely sure.
I'm going to go jaguar on this one. Yeah. Okay. The jag.
Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm liking that each of these guys has like a little difference to their pose, right? One with the rifle on the back, one with the shotgun in hand.
A difference to their formidable pose. They're all just stood.
No,
there.
like no. Like they're all stood in the same pose, right? But like I meant more like how they're holding their weapons. There's a little bit of character to each of them.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. But yeah, for Barsay, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff from Barsay. Overall, I'm still not convinced. And I'm glad they brought up that graphic as well, because it really did feel like the impossible for Barsay after the performance over the league stage. But come out swinging on day one. That's always the time you want to come out swinging, by the way, on day one. Especially the knockout stage, which is all about punching and uppercutting and the old haymakers towards the enemy opponents. The enemy opponents. Let's not say that ever again. The opponents. And I think that overall, it's good. It is good from Barsay, and it gives them a nice buffer going into the day as well. I think now that you've got 40 points, genuinely, I find it quite unlikely that Barsay is going to fall out into the bottom 4. So I think they've already seen themselves safe.
We talked a bit about point thresholds, right, over the course of yesterday. In general, what we're expecting is to see it fairly similar to the league stage bubble, because the same proportion, a very similar proportion of teams will be eliminated from the lobby. Instead of 4 out of 24, it's 4 out of 20. Which, you know, does increase a little bit. But either way, we're expecting it to be around 50 points here in the knockout stage, right? So if you could deploy those elbow blocks, counter cross to left cheek, discombobulate yourself, well, hopefully not yourself, discombobulate the enemy opponents, as you like to say, you can jump up those tables with one really strong day.
Enemy opponents, you with the discombobulate yourself. It's an amazing start to our PUBG Mobile day so far. Great stuff, Blank and John. Well done, Blank and John, in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, there is something quite large and massive, and that is the EWC. The PMWC at the EWC is going to be a very, very big deal this year. We have a lengthy tournament at the EWC, which is always very fun. So PMWC always is a massive show, and I hope everyone does tune in for it, because it's going to be a blast and a half. But that will be from the 25th of July to the 3rd of August. So we're giving you a short break All right, a short break only going through after we finish here in the finals, which is on the 6th. But after that, you better get yourself ready for AWC. It's right there, okay?
Mhm.
We're making sure that you pay attention to that, all right? Because it's going to be big news. But right now, we got to get through the knockout stage and the finals to determine which 4 teams are going in. There's obviously loads of other tournaments going on right now, which you can be tuning into. I know that MENA was going on slightly earlier today. But yeah, there's a lot to keep up with. There's a lot to keep up with. And if you are keeping up with it, you are one of the most dedicated. Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got all of the regions open, I think there are some simultaneous matches going on. Then you know what, you're nailing it. You're going to be so clued in when it comes to the PMWC. You're going to be like, well, in match number 6 of day number 2 of the league stage of Europe, I remember that this happened. And then and then Maxman will come in with another point, and you'll be like, I already knew that about MENA. What are you talking about?
CSA? Yeah, then what you do is you shout at all of us through the screen, and I read the message and I go, yeah, you're right. You're right. And then I steal your point.
And then everyone claps.
That's how that works.
Everybody claps. It's great. Oh, dear. Yeah, but I mean, there is so much PUBG Mobile going on right now. And everybody is pretty going to be pretty excited, I think, to be moving forwards to that PMWC. That open slot could potentially be anyone's at this stage. A couple of teams have already qualified, though. There have been the various regional stages around the world have sort of concluded, and quite a few teams actually, I think, are going to be already qualified, especially from the Southeast Asian region, from CSA. I think they've concluded already. Americas, things like that. Some tournaments have already fed on in, so it'd be interesting to see who is going to be joining 4 of our European teams.
It is quite a big deal right now. Is Pmsl EU? You know, we're here as well, so obviously it's got to be a big deal.
It's a big deal.
It is quite a big deal because there is some ridiculously strong teams. All jokes aside, because we're not that important at the end of the day. But all jokes aside, there are some very, very strong teams here. It's a shame. It's almost a shame, really, because I think there is quite a few teams here who could perform at the global level. But if we're really looking down to it, I mean, I think I said this at the start of the tournament, but I think Fenerbahçe, S2G, Regnum, Carya, and I think said BWNRX as well. Those are my 4, right? Those are my 4 that I would have chosen at the start. That might change as we get further into the tournament. But I think I would still stick with my guns on that. Maybe.
What were the 4 again?
Fenerbahçe, S2G, Regnum, Carya, IWNRX.
Really?
BWNRX. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I would have said that Falcons would be in that, and I think I probably did back then.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure, but right now I'm not confident enough in them to put them back into a 4 that I would choose right now. But I think that going into this Falcons, they have had a drop off, right?
Yeah, I don't know why they're not fielding Snowix. I think they had a good time. I think that they were a very coordinated squad. They didn't always have to go for the most aggressive maneuvers because they were setting themselves up nicely. I think Narvalo did enough. Redux did enough. Snowix was a reliable backliner, and Ralph was a reliable frontliner / IGM. Right? I think that that's all you really need. I think throwing Koa into the mix right now, it's almost cruel to the fella because there's a lot riding on his shoulders right now to have a big enough impact that it gets the Falcons out of these issues basically they're having right now. I can also understand if maybe they're feeling the pressure of playing under the banner of Team Falcons. That also would scare the hell out of me. So I can understand that. However, that being said, there's a lot of understanding going from my side, but what cannot be forgiven is losing these fights versus Papada Supermassive so many times. I think that me and you, the viewer, if we were to go to the start of the tournament and we did like a big list of teams versus teams, like who would win this, and during all that, Falcons versus Papada Supermassive came up. I think that me and you, we'd both say Falcons every time, right? For sure.
I mean, I don't know the answer because that's between you and the audience, to be honest.
It is between me and the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm nothing to do with this. Apparently, I'm not allowed in this discussion.
No,
but I would probably agree with you anyway. But just sort of from a distance, at least 10 meters.
What you do this?
Yeah, I'd be I'd hit him with one of these. Hang on.
Yeah, that's right. Um, so yeah, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. I think that it's been a weird one, and again, that's what I mean by it. That can't be forgiven. There's a lot of understanding that I can give. There's a lot of perspective that I can take, but those kind of things, I'm just like, you should not be losing in Pachinki. That is your spot. It is the spot that Falcons, Enigma Galaxy have held for such a darn long time. That yeah, losing there is it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Of course, we did see the map order earlier, but I don't know if we highlighted it. It will be different from yesterday. We are starting with Sanhok. I don't actually have the full map order in front of me, but of course, because teams, groups rather, are taking it in turns to sit out, we need to make sure that every group plays the same number of each map. And if you're always sitting out on a particular map, then of course you could be playing more Miramars or fewer Erangels or things like that, which could reasonably impact standings, right? Of course, you want to have an even distribution. So the maps will be rotated around to make sure that everyone plays the same number of each match, of each map as we go. And to kick things off today, we have Sanhok, and it is ready to go. We're going to be heading in on our plane path for the first time today here at the knockout stages, day 2.
Directly into it. Good stuff. Happy to see it. Straight over towards Sanhok. Bit of a weird one for me, really. I kind of like starting over on Miramar, going over towards Erangel, into Sanhok, into Erangel, into Miramar. But we are changing things up right now. And I am speaking like I'm on a roller coaster, but I'm not. It is just a roller coaster of emotions here at the PMSL EU. But we do have a plane path from the north, very western leaning here. Idea over towards Camp Alpha. A team that we talked a lot about in terms of their capability, in terms of performance. And it is always hard because I think that if you're watching this, and sometimes we're quite harsh towards teams like Flux, towards Fenerbahçe. Maybe they're doing kind of as well as IDA, yet we're giving a lot of praise towards IDA. And that's purely off pedigree a lot of times, right? Flux, they have incredible players inside who have been playing for years, who have a lot of international experience underneath their belt, and have had MVP spots before. When they're performing badly, it's not something that should be happening. They should be able to play up to that level. For IDA, who have players from all over who have been working their way up into the esports scene, I think it's much more impressive when you look at that.
Certainly can be. Oh, someone's taken down Elvis already. Right at the start of the match. We didn't catch that one, but that went over to Black Esports here, over towards boot camp. Elvis getting picked off. Yeah, that was actually not too long ago. And actually, Barsay losing 2 early on. I mean, for tournament leaders, that's not what you want to happen. But all it takes, of course, as you were saying before, that one big game. That's all you need. It's just not going to happen on Sanhok for them.
Yeah, losing 2 players immediately on Sanhok, not great. Also was amusing that we looked at that graphic earlier, and it was Barsay in the jungle with a Jaguar. They've been silenced quite quickly. Looking a little bit more like Tropic Thunder on that side of things. Bit of a comical affair going into this. Yeah, Fenerbahçe still doing well. Second place with S2G. Go on. Sorry, I cut you off.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the Emperor's? It's a complete tangent a little bit. Have you seen the Emperor's New Groove?
The old one?
The old one, yeah. Not the. I don't think there's another one. There were TV shows that followed up, but either way, Fenerbahçe losing a player as well. There's a scene where they're in the jungle. There's loads of jaguars around. The squirrel's making a balloon animal. He pops it. They don't wake up, and then he's like, ah! And then his laugh wakes up all the jaguars instead. It's reminding me of that for Barsay.
I see.
Their own hubris, trying to drop too close to the fire.
It's a good reference. I like that.
It's not. It started to get worse and worse the more I spoke. So
it's a good reference. I liked it. Picasso.
Okay. Let's go with that for sure. Thanks for having my back.
It's okay, bro. But yeah, I think right now a lot of the teams towards that top side quite happy with where they're sat. I do think that Barsay is the outlier. A personal opinion, not your opinion. You might think Barsay is a great team. My personal opinion is that They shouldn't be in first place right now. But the rest makes sense. Fenerbahçe, S2G, Regnum, Carya, Black Esports. I've liked their overall macro during the tournament. I think there's been some poor team fights from them. BRX, I like them overall. Falcons, 27 points. You know what? It's not actually as bad as I thought it was. It's not actually as bad as I thought it was. So they're still doing quite well. But 7th place, you can get further than that. I also feel bad because I do know a lot of those players personally as well. And they're all good fellows. I must remain unbiased for the people of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I know. It's rough. I mean, not only the players, but they've got Coach Pekka on side and a bunch of other supporting staff, I'm sure, who are also really very, very talented.
Cool.
Have been, yeah, they're cool. I mean, have you seen Pekko's style? The guy rocks up in Crocs and cords, and I'm like, that is the most chill guy. He's having a great time, and most of the time he is.
Yeah. Here's BWNRX. So yesterday, BWNRX sort of was for them the Zed Wolf show. And Wild will find a big nade over the top. And the second looks fairly on target, chunks them both heavily. And BWNRX now down to 2. Bowing down to Wild and the Regnum Carya massive play from him.
Yeah, the call's gone out. It's call time for the Zed Wolf show. Kine is going to be there to witness it, but the other 2 players on his roster not so lucky. They didn't reserve their tickets ahead of time, which you guys can, I believe, for the PMWC, by the way. You could reserve your tickets for that. That'd be great. But yeah, it's going to be up to Zed Wolf and Kine to be able to take BWNRX further into this lobby.
I mean, Zed Wolf has certainly done a lot of good work for BWNRX in the case of, oh, we've gone down to 1 player. It's just Zed Wolf. Oh, he's in the final circle. How's that happened? Who'd have thunk? Zed Wolf is still there and still getting eliminations. So there's still hope for BWNRX. But now that we've brought it up, probably they will go down soon. Cast a curse might be too potent for them. TTQ on the rollout have been a little lackluster. They started out pretty poorly yesterday. Slowly were able to grind out some kind of points. 16 here with 15 for place. It's not quite death scenario for TTQ just yet, but they are quite high up the alarm category at the moment.
Yeah, they're on watch right now. It's not looking good. Flux trying to take some spray downs across the quarry position. This is towards the south edge of this circle, Blank, of this first circle that is very, very chill. Nothing really cut out too dramatically, but Fireflux are currently sat on the southeast side of it, taking shots over to K1, who are a little bit further out than most teams. They do have Bra behind them, though, to worry about. So K1 having to slow down here could cause them to be pushed into a conflict with Bra that maybe they didn't want.
K1, do you get one of their players back up on their feet? Take a look at where Regnum Carya is currently playing, at least. Very central right now. Circle isn't terrifying. Falcons are making their way in. They understand that Pinan's open. I'm glad that they see that. They will head there. It's a good staging point to move over towards that compound, just towards that north side, but TTQ will likely be in their way for quite a while. But this is an aggressive push-up from TTQ, actually, over towards bootcamp. I think they should be punished for this.
TTQ going to look to punish the outpost, though, on Black Esports, who are trying to hold down the line. Will be first up. Nico goes down. They're trading for a second as well. 2 players have fallen on the approach here, Blank, but Thunder Talk do take control of the cabin. Can they get their players back up here? Because if so, that's a massive misstep for Black Esports, as well as the teams that surround it, who will be able to push in third party. And if they've allowed Thunder Talk in, that's not too good news.
Yeah, Thunder Talk getting back up on their feet as well. No one's really taking shots over towards them. Capri's with a nice knock over towards Swash. One step around the corner, and the double nade will take down Capri. Quantum rocks up with the DBS, will find that flush. In the meantime, TTQ's still going. It's an insane push from TTQ, and it should have been punished. If you're going to put an outpost there, you need to have some kind of backup going there. Or just don't put the outpost there in the first place. If you have no response to that location, it is a terrible idea to use that.
I think that the big factor on that roll-up blank was the fact that no one was really occupying the hill to the south of boot camp. If there's any team sat there, they're taking shots at that push, right? They're slowing Thunder Talk down, and you sort of rely on the other team. The fact that there's no one on South Boot Camp Hill on this circle is actually kind of interesting. I mean, the Falcons were late to leave Painan on this, and they have now taken up residency there. But you kind of expect them to be pushed into that location. Unfortunately, that's not the sort of assumption you can make when it comes to holding down your spot.
Even so, it's like Regnum Carya could have taken shots over towards that, but they opt not to. They opt not to. So you can't rely on other teams to be doing the work for you. Unless it's completely where you are holding out the edge and the other team has no choice but to guard for you. That's when you go for that. TTQ just gets that spot for free, and genuinely that is just a misplay, a mismanagement from Black Esports. It's also disappointing because now TTQ knows every time if Black Esports are playing inside boot camp, that is a free roll-up for them. That is a free roll-up.
Bra trying to move on through in their engagement with K1 that has been extended now further. Vic, he was left to his own devices in the corner there. Quantum wanted to secure the doorway and will be able to do so. Bra fairly considerably in control of this compound now. Nothing really much more to do. It's all the way on the south side of the circle blank though, so they will have to push further in moments to come in the next few minutes. Where they'll end up will be decided by the circle, as well as where they opt to take their rotations towards. Regnum Carya, they're still just holding fairly passively, but in a really nice, strong position on the open hills to the east of boot camp.
Regnum Carya currently chilling out at the moment. Nothing much to be done, especially just waiting for this next circle to pop realistically. S2G sends Icy as well as Sarah down towards that south side. It's a fairly consistent play when you're in Paris Resort where you want to hold towards this rocky outcrop. But the circle does center up down towards that southwest side. And God, Black Esports are going to be kicking themselves over that one. I think TTQ in there gives them such a prominent position within this one. Wild stuff. Very, very wild.
Yeah. I'm interested in what the Falcons just did there. You saw that based on where they were in the circle, they were expecting it to go further north. They'd actually set up to maybe even rotate out in the blue around the south of Quarry to get a slingshot into a circle that went up further north. But immediately, as soon as this circle popped, Falcons have retreated back to that South Boot Camp Hill. So I quite like it. It may not be super noticeable in the next few circles, but I think that shows a real presence of mind, and that's why we credit them with as much as we do. In the meantime as well, IDA now sharing boot camp with Black Esports. And again, that's because of that diminished capability. So go on, Blank, you can criticize them a little bit more for it, I think.
Yeah, again, I don't... It's a frustrating one. It's a very much frustrating one. Black Esports now down to just 2 players. I've overall liked their macro, but this has been a very weak hold. I think if you're a boot camp team, you need to have a lot of awareness of what's going on around you. Zedwolf currently battling off against the entirety of FUT. Damn, that's annoying for Zedwolf. Dude's on 1 HP, just refusing to die.
Bit of a kick in the teeth there from FUT. And now left to his own devices. Actually pushing Kelsey back behind the rock. Maybe should have stuck the spray, but you don't really want to take those coin tosses. Fortunately for them, there are other players in the lobby. They will be able to spot BWNRX, who fall in 16th place. But there have been plenty of other casualties with 48 players remaining.
If you said Wolf, you're just so... again, you're so furious with that one because you hit 2 tags. The DVS, it's like, what happened? One of the slugs just goes stray in that moment. Like, I don't know. So lives on 1 HP before getting knocked there. And that's a different story if he's able to find the knock. But yeah, again, if you are Zedwolf, you are so confused he lives the second shot, by the way. I know I mean, would be in that scenario.
He did go very, very low, it has to be said. But you're right. It's so galling when that happens as well. You're just like, I hit him twice. At that range with the DVS, that should be a knock. But
yeah,
you know, if some of the pellets go out to the side, I mean, that's what had to have happened, right? Some of the pellets didn't connect, so he was a little bit wonky on it. Flick shots there, unfortunately, for him. But them's the breaks. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, even if you're Zedwolf.
Beşiktaş currently holding out versus Rook. who are struggling to get in. They needed more points on this game, currently only getting 2. Team that is trying to clamber up towards the top side of the lobby. Funny game for TTQ, man. Very, very funny game for them. So dumb. So dumb. I think the push was so crazy. It was a crazy push. It made no sense. Yet it's given them the best position in the circle.
We're going to need to phone someone up. We need to call a friend on that one to see if we could get some sort of sanity as to why that all happened. Meanwhile, on the southeast side of the circle now, there are plenty of teams trying to make their way out from Quarry. IDA in control of boot camp, but Aussie, I mean, on the floor here, he should be fairly unknown. With the auto shotty, someone's going to run through this door. He's going to take it down. It's going to be an instant flush. Well, why no! Oh, he didn't get the knock even. He didn't get the knock even. Oh my goodness me. Will be burnt away.
Honestly, I think the observer had the right idea. It was like, I have a feeling he's going to miss all the shots, so I'm not going to even look at it.
That's Aussie's best friend right now, that observer. It's just
he's like, I'm going to spare you. I'm going to spare you from everyone watching you miss every single one of those shots. Unless we get to see it in the replays. Please? Thank you. We have Kelsey right now on the side of S2G. They did go down to 3 players, so they lost Icy, who was that outpost down towards that south side. Strange game. Very, very strange game for me to watch. FUT loses another, but S2G will get 3 elims on side. Toppling Barsay on the score lines, at least.
If the team's called FUT, does that make each of the players a toe?
Not unless you've only got 4 toes.
Surely they've got a coach, right? And a sub.
Is that the big toe?
Yeah, Baron is both their coach and their sub, supposedly. There you go. That's the big toe.
I have seen actually a lot of coaches get subbed in for PUBG Mobile in the past. It's like you don't really have any option.
New law drop. There you go.
I want to take stock of the circle a little bit here, just in terms of where people are playing. The IDA have full control down towards the south side. And I think that was the right decision from them, because they're going to be cutting out teams that want to leave on this south side, head down towards the ditch on the south, or head up towards the hills that do sit behind them. We can see currently Falcons playing. Circle heads out towards the eastern side. TTQ is still winning at life right now. Sometimes maybe you do just have to make the insane play. Maybe you do. It's worked out well for him. Give him that.
Yeah, those big variance plays sometimes do work, right? It's just the nature of the beast.
Look, either it's very good scouting, very good homework, or very ballsy attitude to the game. It's one of the 3. I am hoping it's one of the first 2. And not just because we've got big old chests and we're running it down mid.
I think it seems so unlikely that it was sort of a fully stratted out play, but
you think it was just a chat play?
I think so. I mean, maybe they did some excellent scouting, right? And if they scouted the South Bootcamp Hill wasn't occupied, then maybe I could see an argument to say that that's what they should have done. But I don't know, man. Ramio will be able to find a spray, but not connect fully, as the last player for Black Esports is still alive, still in the boot camp with the auto shotty around the side with Looney to worry about. Looking out wide, there's nades from the sidelines as well from IDA, giving Lord Cedric a breath of life there as he steps in, tries to get that reload off, will be able to find it, goes for more, but can't quite connect. Now Cerd can get the res onto Looney, and they can keep going on the fight. But finally, Black Esports fully wiped.
Yeah, go down 11th place, and no points down from placements either. The ex-Brewers up against IDA, I believe, and this is going topsy-turvy both sides. Good play from Ramia, though. Swings round, will find IDA. They all will be knocked out, and 5 elims for BX Brothers. At a very critical moment in the tournament, we start to pop it off a little bit. MCG find Beşiktaş on the side. Now Valo's even taking shots here as they attempt to get through. And this game should just be in TTQ's back pocket, when this should have been a Black Esports win.
By rights, I think that's absolutely true, right? You've got to feel for Black Esports, but I wouldn't give it to TTQ.
You don't. You don't have to feel for them. I think that they should have been punished for that.
That's fair. Well, TTQ should have been punished and Black Esports, right? So neither team really deserves the accolade. Maybe. I'll reserve judgment on TTQ, but I wouldn't count Regnum Carya out just now, Blank, especially with the circle as it is.
Oh, that's
TTQ
nice.
finally going to have to leave their position. Falcons go down in 4th place there with the 6th place with the 1 elim. Not too many points earned, but they will get up to 30 points for it. 4 teams remain.
Yeah, and it's some of our top dogs, really. Fenerbahçe, S2G, and Regnum Carya. Loxy will find Striker on the approach, and it's a flush too. So drops them down for 3 players.
Get him.
I mean, it's the first time they've had to move, and they're already botching the rollout. I think for a TTQ, as soon as they saw that pushing through boot camp, they should have known that they only really need to leave 1 sentinel behind. They should have been looking for more control over this hillside. I think a lot of the northwest and the west is already cleared out. It's already getting dominated over towards. For TTQ, there need to be a lot more fought over towards the end game. They've already done decently in terms of placement points. Hamzy G looks over towards Fenerbahçe.
Covers off the other side of the hill, though, so no response from Fenerbahçe. Not up there just yet, but they could potentially try and run him down, right? There is still an outpost for Regnum Carya nearby. You can see Silas fully aware of Hamzy G's position. Symphony for TTQ, close to Loxy, who again will know that spot, but the circle is all Regnum Carya all day. Nobody's in those buildings right now. Regnum Carya haven't isolated themselves to that position. They haven't put any of their players there. We'll see if that changes in the moments to come. Hamzy steps up for a little bit of a scrap. They try and back off, but Regnum Carya bearing down upon him. Will not be able to bear the pressure, and Silas closes down the off-angle threat there. S2G, 4th place, up to 10 elims for Regnum Carya.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game, all things considered. They're looking to sweep even further. One game can really change it all around. 7 elims for TTQ, though. Nico gets knocked, but there is a response coming in very quickly from Regnum Carya here. Loxy, though, likely to fall no matter what happens. Here's Solke, creeping and crawling up towards Silas's position alongside with his teammate. Scary prospect now for Regnum Carya.
There's another nade over to Loxy. It's trading off on the far side of the circle. He's going to step up. Toshpik's doing work, but there comes in that off-angle slice from Solke, finding Silas. And now Regnum Carya are split. They're low. 2 players are standing. They are looking for the res, but so are Thunder Talk on their far side.
Fully in a 2v2. Good shot from Wild. Looks over towards the vehicle. It's going to have to push out. That's a smart maneuver from Solke. Nico is flush. Symphony still going. Wild will finally find Solke off in the distance. And Razy has eyes on over towards Symphony as he keeps stepping up to lob these nades across, but will get forced out into the open shortly. Toshpik doing his absolute best here. Stay alive. I think Symphony hits that first aid kit just a little bit too early. Still able to seal away that elimination, though, in the midst of all that. Thought Razy would be taking it. Good shots from Wild there, and I think that it might just be put to bed right now for Regnum Carya with a total of 15 elims off the back of this game.
Unless Razy denies, that would be pretty sneaky of him. But I think this Molotov from Toshpik, they know where he is. They've heard a couple of the shots. And the Molotov forces him out, flushes him into the open, looks for the first aid. This is bold, but needs to try and find something. Up to the rock, waiting for Wild to take a peek, and will be able to commit to this first aid. Regnum Carya just going to let the circle do their work. He's hit with a stunner, hits some shots, tries to suppress. There's the Molotov, forces him out into a fight again. Immediately, Toshpik picks it up. Nice coordination from the 1-2 punch there for Regnum Carya. 15 eliminations will be theirs, and they will take that top spot. Our first chicken dinner of the day, and that is the Regnum Carya we know and love.
Yeah, it's a really evil stun grenade into the Molotov. That really does kill the man there. So for Razy, not much he could have done. But a good secure as well on that last elimination. So 15 EMs, 25 points on the game. That is a massive chunk towards your points total. For TTQ, come on. I think there could have been a little bit more movement from them towards that end game in terms of just trying to spread out a little bit more. I get that compound's quite safe, but I think as soon as you see it starting to cut out towards boot camp. That's when you have to somewhat figure out what your next spot is, what your next options are, because otherwise they're going to get cut out as soon as they saw that Eastern Circle.
Yeah, I mean, it was a decent hold from Regnum. I think throughout most of that match, right? They had a lot of control. They didn't take shots down towards Thunder Talk, but because of that, they were able to maintain so much more pressure around the rest of those hilltops, right? They were spread out. They were laying fairly low, but they got a lot of value. I think the thing I will give to Thunder Talk is that they did actually play actively from that compound position, right? They got quite a lot of elims from that spot. Once they got there, they were able to leverage it quite nicely. So I think that I will give them a little bit of credit on that front, because it would be very easy just to play on the inside, defend anyone pushing towards you, sort of scrunch up and try and bunker down in that front. But no, they were being proactive even from a defense position.
I think they kind of did what you just said, though, right? Which is they did just defend from that position where most of the eliminations that they were getting were players coming out from boot camp, which is what they were holding for in the first place. They weren't really getting shots over towards any other teams. I think Falcons fell because they were also getting forced out by the blue. But yeah, again, for TTQ, that first initial push is a great identification of a strong position in the circle, but also a horrible defense coming through from Black Esports and absolutely nothing whatsoever coming through from Regnum Carya. I don't think that kind of thing will be allowed going into finals. That is, again, we've talked about this a lot about TTQs. A lot of the plays they make, I constantly say, this probably won't be a thing you'll see in the finals because it's just not going to fly there. So TTQ is still using a lot of these underhanded tactics, which are getting them a lot of points, and there's a lot of confidence behind them. But I do think more third parties will come through off the back of that. I do love the playstyle. I just sometimes think that some of the plays aren't super well thought out and that they are more backed up by the mechanical skill of the players as opposed to the macro.
Well, seems like right now Wild has some pretty slick mechanical skills of his own. 6 elims, 979 damage. Regnum Carya did well throughout the entirety of that match. I think that is almost going without saying for that, but that's going to be a great addition to their points totals. They're going to feel very, very safe to be going through with the number of elims that they did. And that alone, I think, may have just secured them a spot in those finals with the high point scoring that they were able to achieve. And Wild with 4 nade elims is actually crazy. 2 of those, I think, were in that big blast against BWNRX that he was able to get early on.
Yeah, that was a lovely nade coming through from Wild. Getting 2 onto him, and then the second one was pretty much direct on target as well. I think did about 80, 70 damage a piece to both targets. So there was really no way they were getting those players back up on their feet. Yeah, I think for Wild, he had an unbelievable game. Being able to take 3 of the slots on this match statistics is pretty impressive. Falcons didn't do too badly. I quite like the way they played that game. They did the best with what they had. Still very tough. There's a lot of areas on the map that just weren't defended very well by a lot of squads. So a huge amount of areas were just opened up for sight lines, and Falcons weren't getting out there. Yeah, do you think there's like this? It's sort of a weird thing where some teams are going for more international gameplay, where other teams are just playing to their region, to playing to their strength, and they're actually having more success off the back of it.
It's always a difficult choice to make, right? Do you play what could be considered correct in inverted commas, right? Like, is it something that you can even define a correct play style, right? Or do you play to exploit weaknesses in your opponents? Because once you reach the true top level of competition, you just need to play whatever is best. But when you have a slightly lower down league, and that's not to say that the quality of players isn't high, but for places like PMSLs, for even those lower, even still tournaments like the regional leagues, things like that, the national cups, and etc. Playing to those regional weaknesses will generally net you bigger games, right? But it won't necessarily play to consistency. And I feel like this is the difference between S2G and a lot of other teams in this lobby, is that it feels like S2G are playing, I would say, to an international top range level. And they've got the skill to be able to do that and just sort of make it work. Whereas some of the other teams are looking more to play exploitatively.
I think the Falcons are a team that plays exploitatively, though. But they play towards like a team should be making this rotate, so we can make this rotate. They play a lot of chess in their games, but right now, people aren't making moves that are similar to the computer. As in, the moves that are being made in these matches, they're not near to perfect. So Falcons is actually missing a lot of the beats in their games because teams aren't where they expect them to be. So they can't make the plays often. Because I think that, for instance, Regnum Carya has way better mechanically gifted players on their side than Falcons. But I also do really like Falcons macro. Right now, we just haven't really been able to see it all that much because they're not really able to lock it down when they're not playing against the same 16 teams each time.
25 points here for Regnum Carya on that match with 15 elims. And there you go, Thunder Talk, second place on the points with 13 elims total there. Points total, which will be nice to bolster them a little bit further up those tables. Fenerbahçe getting up into second place as well with 8 points and towards the top of the tables. They'll be happy there. And BX Brothers, along with Beşiktaş, with 6 and 5 points to try and escape from the lower clutches of the table.
Very much needed. Very, very, very much needed. And it's great to see that at the start of the day as well, as opposed towards the end of the day. I think when you have a case of you getting all those points that you really, really need to get on side towards game 4, game 5, it's not going to cut it right at that point in time. You need to be getting that momentum built up early. And if you don't, you're going to suffer because of it. So I think BX Brothers can be very pleased the fact they're able to get 6 points here. It's not a lot. What it is a good start.
Yeah, so I mean, that's how you do it, right? You build your foundations, then you set yourself up for one of those big games that is necessary at this point to be jumping on in. BWNRX with 0 points, IDA with 2, Black Esports with 2, K1 with 2. So a mix of the placement of the teams there, but I think those bottom 4 are all sort of top 4 performers. Let's take a look at those tables, and of course, Regnum Carya with those 25 points will be able to ladder up into first place. That is the real Regnum Carya. They have stood up. It is 58 points in first, and they are 13 points ahead of second place Fenerbahçe.
Absolutely. Again, I think for Regnum Carya, they're just starting to work Toshbek into the roster a little bit more. They've been playing with different squads beforehand, so looking to get this underway in terms of how do we get this roster working together as a unit. And I think that they've had enough games now where it's starting to click a little bit. They've always been a very, very strong squad. There's a huge amount of points going their way. 58 at the beginning of day 2. That is easily safe for them. Fenerbahçe is getting up there as well because they're consistently getting towards the late games in Sanhok. They might not always be getting like the highest amount of points, but they're certainly getting themselves towards the end of the matches. S2G with 44 as well. Barsay, it's not the best game in the world for them, but they're safe.
Yeah, it's a little bit more. They're in that 4th place on 44 points. Let's take a look at the bottom side of the tables. Now, remember, Gil didn't play in that one. They are still on 1 point, however, with BX Brothers getting a little bit on side, with Beşiktaş getting a little bit incrementally moving on up. But 2 of the teams that sit ahead of them didn't play in that first match, so have a match advantage. I'm looking at Boars, I'm looking at Papara Supermassive on this bottom page here. So for Rook, this is worrying, right? It's Beşiktaş a little bit closer, 3 points behind you now. It is only one match that will make the difference here, and they do need to start to get towards their halfway mark. 6 matches played is the halfway mark for each of our teams, which means that in general, at 6 matches, you're looking to be around 25 points if you want to beat that bubble. 25 points or higher when you hit that 6-match threshold, it's a good sign, but maybe not the strongest.
Mm-hmm. There is like that common denominator throughout all these squads, though. Towards the bottom side is just very low placement points compared to their elims. And Boars were able to make that work in the league stage. But again, I just don't think that kind of playstyle is going to transition nicely over towards the finals, or even just getting in towards the top 16 here after knockouts. So I think teams are going to have to start figuring out how they're going to get towards those end games. How are they going to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer? Because right now, it's not good enough. It really is not good enough. And again, Beşiktaş being a familiar name down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, how are they going to work things out? There are top 4 gunslingers, and lo and behold, it's Zedwolf with 2,500 damage. But Wild, is really, really close by to him right now. We're just about only 100 damage shy behind him.
Yeah, adding that, what was it, 900, nearly 1,000 damage from that last match. Great news, as well as Zedwolf going down with no points, no elims in that game. He did do, what was it, like 99 damage to a guy? So not quite enough to get the knock. But didn't quite manage to add to his tally in the way that Wild was there.
So annoying that he didn't actually get that last bit of damage in. But if it wasn't for the GT30 Pro, maybe he wouldn't have even got those first 2 shots in the first place, which is our official smartphone sponsor here at the Pmsl EU. Outplay the rest with the best here with the GT30 Pro.
Yeah, the Alpha Gaming phone. That's an interesting little epithet there for the phone. I'm happy to see it. I would absolutely love to get a GT30 Pro. Maybe they'll be able to provide us with one if we go to the tournaments, right? If we keep going, if we keep asking live on air, maybe. No, sure. It's only for the players. They're keeping the best for the players that can outplay the rest. Let's head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be on to Erangel, I believe, for our next match number 2 of day 2 of the knockout stages. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the Pmsl Europe, where we did just see a chicken dinner for Regnum Carya to be able to control the hills of Sanhok for nice and effective stuff. We will be seeing Sanhok again today. we'll have to wait a little bit because we've got Erangel up next, and we're going to go for a different group arrangement as well. Bring some other teams back in. We're going to see Papara Supermassive coming on through, as well as Guild and their first entry today.
Yeah, so we got a double billing of Erangel and a double billing of Sanhok today, with Miramar being our game 3 coming up. So Erangel will be happening first, though. Overall, quite an interesting day in terms of the speed at which it's going to go, with 2 Sanhoks in there as well as 2 Erangels. Usually our Miramar games are much longer. But yeah, very, very fun day. I do like 2 Sanhoks, keeps things a little bit spicier. I'm also no longer being lit up by the light of the sun at approximately this distance away from it, which is great. Camera was having a slight malfunction beforehand, but there you go.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to block out the sun and get on with PUBG Mobile, because that's what real gamers do. No, you can play it. To be fair, you can play it outside, right? That's a good time. I hope you have like an anti-glare film though on your phone. That's always what gets me.
Hats with like the little umbrella on the top.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we'll be rocking those over in Riyadh if we go.
Parasol hat
to watch the show. Yeah, big parasol hat. They'll be like, "Who's that 6'3" guy with blonde hair? He definitely used to have a mullet, but he doesn't anymore. He's got parasol hat on. What's going on?"
Yeah, parasol hat is good. That's my new invention that I'm going to make. It's going to be really heavy and require like serious neck muscles to work. But it will revolutionize the mobile gaming market.
Oh yeah. Or you could, get one of those visors. Like a cap.
That might be slightly more effective, but again, the parasol covers the whole space, so you don't have to have the phone here. You can have it like down here.
That is true. You could carry.
I'm thinking ahead.
Just a whole. Yeah, no, a whole no, but then it's not as portable. Yeah, no, I feel like your solution is probably the only way to make it work, right?
Unless you get like a portable parasol that goes on the phone,
or you hire someone to carry a parasol for you. How about that?
That seems more expensive. That's a cost every time.
Hire 2 people. Well, if you hire someone to hire the guy, then you're not paying for the guy, right? So that it's free.
No.
Yeah, that works. I'll get onto my accountant about it. It'll be great.
All right. Okay. Gotcha. We'll see how that works out for you. But in the meantime, we're heading over towards Erangel. Papara Supermassive, like you say, are in. Erangel, always a fun map to watch. I think for Sanhok, usually we say it's quite an inconsistent map, but it's quite funny seeing that Fenerbahçe, as well as Regnum, Carya, and S2G consistently do well on that map. So there is a little bit of method to the madness for that team. For those teams, multiple. So I think that having 2 Sanhoks today, potentially you might even see Regnum Carya shooting off ahead towards the top side of the table. They're already at, I think, 60 points now, which is a wild scoreline.
Yeah, it's pretty decent to be able to jump up as far as you can early on. It gives you a little bit of freedom, right? We saw it back in the league stages, where teams that got ahead didn't necessarily keep pace, but still did fairly well. I think the most notable, obviously, was Barsay Esports, who found a strong first day, really didn't keep things going on that second day, but maybe you could lean into a little bit more experimentation. I think K1 was the big example that we were talking about earlier, getting a little bit more experimental with it. They were allowed to do that because of their performance in their first day. So early doors will remain to be seen if teams are going to go a little bit more experimental because of the early points they've gathered.
Yeah. Barsay in particular have got a good amount of points on side already. Doesn't really matter what they do as long as they get... And I always close this. If they get the lazy points, which is just a case of you get a couple of points here and there, they should make it in. And again, there are far worse teams at the moment who are struggling down towards the bottom of the table that are more likely to go out. Beşiktaş, again, it's such a strange team to be struggling this much. Every single player on that squad does not strike me as new and inexperienced. So I don't know what's happening in their camp right now, John.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best, right? It's not the best situation for them. I just took a look at the groups because, of course, we are going into Erangel next, right? And I was just double checking that Falcons were going to be playing here because we know that Papara Supermassive are going to be playing, right? Falcons will also be playing in this match. They're playing in Group C, and it will be. Group E coming in onto this second match. So both of these two teams will be facing off again. Are we going to get another hot drop? That's the big question that is on my mind looking forward to this next match.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We should be able to be seeing another hot drop coming through. I don't think either team's going to give it up just yet. Falcons desperately don't want to give it up because they really, 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 really need that position going into the finals. I think that they will suffer too much if they don't grab that spot of the map onto the finals. That they need to now win out these fights. They need to send Papara Supermassive back to the Shadow Realm to get them away from this position because it's going to hamper their finals too much.
Yeah, it's something that you really can't allow to happen repeatedly. We will see this matchup again at the end of the day as well, because of course we've got two Erangels to be played today, and again it will be both Papara Supermassive and Falcons in that lobby. So not only for the finals, but also on your point scoring today will be fairly important to be able to make that one happen. Luckily for both of them, at the moment their points are fairly solid, not like far and away ahead of the pack, right? But they're sort of feeling pretty chill right now. So you can maybe afford at this stage in the tournament, like you were saying, to have a few reduced point matches. But the finals, as you said, the impact will be felt there in terms of your ability to ascend, because it is the top 4 spots that matter in the finals, right? We're no longer talking about just escaping the bottom 4. It's about getting to the top 4 of the lobby, where you can't afford to have too many bad matches at all. I think, what is it? They're playing 18 matches total in the finals over 3 days, 6 matches a day. So 18 matches, you can't afford to have maybe more than 3 or 4 bad ones. And even then, that makes it all the harder.
Yeah, exactly. I think for a lot of teams wanting to head towards that EWC, because that is the big thing. And we are on the road to the Esports World Cup, which is up there. You could see it just above the presenter desk. We are on the road to the Esports World Cup. This is what it's all about. We are wanting to head through to EWC. So it's those top 4 spots, courtesy of Regnum Carya from PMGO, as well as a nice scoreline and to give yourselves a good amount of cash off the back of Pmsl EU, because it is a lot of money on the line here. 35 grand for first place is no small deal. But yeah, I do think that when we're looking at this one, there is obviously teams that we're expecting to get up towards that top 4 that we like the look of, who are currently starting to do very well. I think Regnum Kai is one of those teams. Already touched on it for a little bit beforehand, where I think they're starting to gel a lot more. For Regnum Kai, always has been a case of that 4th spot. That 4th slot on the team has always been very hard for them to fill. They have a good 3-man with Silas, Loxy, and Wild, but it's that 4th slot every single time. With Sarah beforehand, he worked like a dream. Toshpick seems to be fitting into the crowd nice and comfortably now too.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they are finding that synergy, finding that power. In the league stages, it wasn't as prevalent. I mean, their second day was a lot stronger, but they were playing against Group A teams in day 1, Group C teams in day 3 of the league stage. They were only able to get 88 points, and for a team that is defending global champions from the Global Open, second place team from the Global Championship at the end of last year, I feel like they should be doing a little more, even with a new player coming on in. But I'm willing to give them that benefit of the doubt, as you said, finding that extra player to fill that slot, another Turkish player as well. The communication will be really nice and strong. They hopefully are going to be able to find their feet here, and they do have a little bit of time to do it as well, especially even more so, rather, afforded by that chicken dinner they just got.
100%. I think it would be. I don't think that I'd be crazy saying that I do think that Regnum Kai is going to get a slot for EWC. I think they're such a good team that it would be weird not to see them in that finals pick up at least a 4th place. So I think for Regnum Carya that there's certainly capability for them to grab it. Just for your awareness, guys, we are waiting for the next game. I think one of our players has some tech issues right now, and we are trying to get the match underway as soon as possible. So we've sent a techie round there to take a look. He's currently crossing some wires and twisting some copper into position. It's somewhere in the building. We're hoping it works.
It's probably related to the issue as well. He's not just got a couple of bits of wire, just loose bits of wire, just a bit of copper, just playing. He's hanging out. He's chilling, making moves. But yeah, we are just waiting for all of our players to be into the lobby with a minor delay here at the start of our first Erangel of today. So we'll have to wait just a little bit longer. So you're stuck with us. Sorry, guys.
Exactly. Just for a little bit longer. We hope just for a little bit longer, whilst we do get underway here. Trying to think of anything else that happened on the last game that's super interesting. I do think that for BW NRX, Zedwolf certainly tried to get that ball rolling, right? Where we saw him go for a couple of those initial good shots, and the first one is just a little bit of a whiff. I do feel bad for him because it felt like it could have gone either way there. But sadly, these things happen. It does lead back into that argument and that point I made yesterday of what is the rest of the team doing? Like, why are they not feeling as capable right now as Zedwolf? Because Zedwolf seems to be just getting on with it, whereas the rest of the team seems to be struggling a little bit in that regard. So hopefully they can start to perform alongside him a lot better, because we know that Kakali was doing quite well in the league stage, but here in the knockouts, he is holding down the fort a lot for them.
Yeah, he kind of is that standout player, right? And top spot on the gunslingers, which the fact that it's not being reflected in the overalls, I mean, goes to bolster the point, right? You're not seeing the rest of the team perform. You're only getting these points out from Zedwolf in a couple of these matches. It's not as strong as it needs to be from the rest of the roster. I mean, it is always so difficult to sort of diagnose exactly what's going wrong with a team dynamic, especially when you've got someone who's performing well, right? Because it could be a question of, well, they're putting all their eggs into the Zedwolf basket, right? Or, and that's sort of what's allowing him to perform so well, is the fact that other people are giving him that room, that space to operate, and they're sort of trying to prioritize that. Or is it that they just aren't playing well and Zedwolf is getting a bit antsy and maybe playing out of position, which is giving him the stats, but not playing to benefit the rest of the team? So the question is it an adjustment that the rest of the team need to make, or is it an adjustment that Zedwolf needs to make to be able to get the rest of the team to function?
Yeah, like you say, it could be either way. I don't really want to have to blame Zedwolf here, because it does feel like he is doing a huge amount of work for them. But is it, like you say, is it a case that he's running off without them? Is he trying to make plays on his own? Are they trying to catch up to him? Sometimes that pressure of one player in your team doing a lot can make you make mistakes on your side. So I just hope that BWNRX can chill out. Just chill it out a little bit.
Yeah, just maybe, go back to basics. Don't try and get too fresh with it. Take a couple fights, go as a 4, try and engage on some of these positions, because with their current points, they are okay. So maybe just try and find those engagements that will benefit you a little bit. But it still remains to be seen if they can be able to pick up the pieces, because right now they're not a top 4 team for me. I don't think that I would put them up in that bracket at the moment. I think that they're just not there.
BWNRX?
BWNRX. Yeah, it feels like they are still lacking something.
Okay. I see. I think you're right. I think I'd agree with you. I think I would agree with you in terms of BWNRX are missing something right now. They're a team that I think absolutely is going to make it through to the finals, but we're not seeing that same kind of prowess towards the end games we saw from them in the league stage, where they were getting very far into it. They had really, really decent off angles, had some really good long range engagements. And I think the critical thing for them, they were very good at locking down teams that were coming in from the sidelines, and they knew those kind of rotations. So how do they figure that out now? We just don't know. It does feel like something has gone sour in the BWNRX camp. how do they fix that going forward? But it is something that they can consider going into the finals. I think right now they should be safe, in my humble opinion. I think they'll be absolutely getting through the finals, but you should really be taking these 2 days right now to figure it out. Fix whatever's going on.
For sure. I think let's talk about top 4 a little bit, right? Like who are we looking at? I feel like S2G and Regnum Carya still kind of a lock for me on 2 of those 4 spots. I don't know if you would you agree with that? Do you think that either of them are showing enough weakness to disagree with that?
Oh no, I mean, I think I said it right at the start. Is that for me, it's Fenerbahçe, S2G, Regnum Carya, BW, and RX. Those are my 4.
And they're still your 4.
I would have picked. They're still my 4. Yeah. I think that that was what I was saying from the start. And if BW and RX cannot figure out the problem, then I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong in that instance.
Okay, but you're still backing them. You're still backing them as being a top 4 contender.
Yeah.
Despite their maybe minor missteps there. I think you could definitely argue that. I think that's definitely a reasonable take. For me, I think S2G Regnum Carya definitely on lock. It is a difficult choice, and maybe for lack of other options, I would have to put BW and RX in there. But it's interesting that you bring up Fenerbahçe, right? This is a team that was middling in league stage. They did nothing spectacular, but at the start so far of the knockout stages, they have been a lot more formidable. They've been engaging in these fights. They've been taking it under their control, and they're making it work. So I think that's fair enough. They have been able to stand up. I think the team that I'm most disappointed is not even really close to this conversation is Flux, right? This is a team that, again, had a bit of a downturn at the end of last year. Didn't really live up to the expectations that they'd set themselves because they were in their glory days, right? At the start of 2024, this was a name, Flux, that would strike fear into the hearts of their opponents. They did really, really well. They were really, really strong, and then they just fizzled out. They didn't really have the strength to move on forwards. And with the current roster that they've got, they aren't having an impact here either. So for me, I'm a little bit disappointed in the team. I think that the same is mirrored by Falcon's performance right now.
It's funny as well because there's a lot of the OG members on Flux who are not performing up to scratch. And it's like Matt Cap's come in this year and he looks pretty good on the team. Right, and he was actually the one going for a lot of the more bold performances yesterday, which were able to get them some points, especially on that Miramar. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Flux. Hopefully, they can bring things back up to speed here, John. Potentially, we know Ketch is a great player. We know they have strong players on side, but something's not right. It's quite funny that there is quite a few teams here where we're like, there is a whole wealth of experience on this squad. Yeah, right now something feels weird. Something feels slightly rotten. So how do these teams fix it? It'd be good to like get a deep dive. And if we were at the event, I'd love to ask these teams to be like, what's going on? Like, what's causing you to have hiccups here in this tournament? But we'll get a better idea when we go towards the international, towards the globals, when we can ask these players in person what the issues are. And I'll try and remember this as well. If you're a Pmsl EU fan, I'll try and remember these questions and ask them if they do end up being there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult though to get answers out of players, especially when it comes to strategy and things that they're weak on, because generally it's strategically right a little bit better to keep those things internal. So it's always difficult to extricate them from players. You have to really know how to ask the right questions, and that's what hopefully we'll be able to do moving forwards. I have had word that apparently the plane path may be very soon on your screens for our first Erangel of the day, match number 2. It's exciting. I'm excited.
We're all excited. We're getting into it shortly. It took our tech maestro a little bit of a while to get those wires sorted and
found the right ones,
crossed off, ready to go. But we made it. We made it. You made it with us. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I think we're just about to head over the top side of the waters of Erangel, head over towards the map itself. We've seen a couple of Sosnovka finishes recently. I think we've seen actually quite a lot of Sosnovka finishes. The amount of Erangels we've watched during this tournament, Would not be surprised to see more. And it's also wild to me that, it is BX Brothers who start in Sosnovka and have just not been getting a lot of points off that position. And when that's the case, it's not good news. It's really not good news for you, especially if you go to the finals and BX Brothers, if they do make it to the finals, they're looking to get those big points scoring. Suddenly you get yourself a Sosnovka finish. That's your go signal. That's when the start gun is being shot off and you're like, this is time to go. Is when we can get 20 to 25 points just off the back of positioning alone. And we've not seen it once.
No, it's not been there. We've still got a little bit of time, a little bit of leg room here as we load our players up into the plane. They seem to be dawdling somewhat, so I hope they can find their way to their seats. They haven't brought too much luggage. They're not being forced to check their bags. They pay for a carry-on. It's too big, mate. Got to put it in hold. That's just the way it is.
It is
too big, too heavy.
Too big, too heavy. Sometimes these things happen. I've been looking at the map for a while now. By the way, I can see the map. I can see the map. I can see it's ready to go. I think I'm being baited slightly where it feels like we're getting into this, but we're having a slightly longer time on the preamble.
Yeah. K1 have nearly made it to Kameshki from the spawn island.
Yeah, they've swam. Currently... They've actually swam to the island, just so you know, which it's a long swim. It's doable, but it's a long swim.
Yeah, certainly is. It's possible. I'm hoping that this isn't a fake lobby,
Yeah, that would be bad. But they're on a mission.
Bad time.
They're on a mission to start the game themselves. Well done, K1. We believe in you. You can make it.
Guys, let's just go to the island and start playing now. Like, there we go. Yeah. It'll be fine.
They can convince everyone else to do the same. Hats off to them.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we've been waiting for a while now on this holding screen on the map. Normally, it's already started by this point. So I'm smelling funny business.
What's your favorite part of the coast on Erangel?
Favorite part of the coast?
Yeah. Riddle me that.
I can tell you what my least favorite part of the coast is. I mean, technically, you could. It's probably not counting as coast, but the area around that central island, right, on that river, I really hate that. I think that's really awful. I quite like the coastline on the south side near like the farm compounds where we saw like Team Spirit loot up before and transition to that military island. I like those cliffs. I like that open stretch of beach from those cliffs over to the compound on the south edge of the main island.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good spot.
That is a nice spot. Tell you what mine is.
Where is it?
I quite like the coast over towards the west side of Quarry. There's a lot of beach there. It's quite nice to hang out on.
Yeah. There's a lot of vacant properties that generally quite not crowded, right? People tend to drop on the other side or not really around that area. It's nice and chill. It's nice and chill.
It is. So to update you on K1's position, they're currently on Kameshki. They've made it. I want a lot of it. I want a round of applause in chat. Well done, K1.
Excellent.
You started the game. You've done well.
Real Michael Phelps type stuff.
Real heroes.
Phelps. There we go.
Yeah, I was like, that's a strange pronunciation on that one. The butterfly himself.
That is true. The man is a menace in the water. What's going on? Who's allowed him to have that sort of structure? That's unnecessary. It's kind of greedy, to be honest.
Did you see recently they've been doing like the doping Olympics for swimming?
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen the actual results of that. The thing I did see was they were trying to get a sub 4 minute mile for a female the first time. Didn't work out though. They did break the world record.
They did for the men. They look silly. They like just look like Mr. Incredible. Just fully top half, buffed out. Not tiny legs, but smaller legs. Crazy.
Oh! Wait, hang on a minute.
We were talking about Incredibles, but actually we were in the game.
Ah, okay, all right. Well, let's
joke.
see if we can head on over to match number 2. We've had a bit of a delay. We are behind schedule, but the plane is in the air nonetheless. You can see the plane path from prison over towards that west coast that you love so much, Black.
Yes, I do like that side of the map. It's very nice. It's one of the more interesting sides of the coast. We don't play it very often, though. We don't play it very often. The green pastures over towards that areas as well. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. Anyway, enough about aesthetics. Let's take a look at the game, where people are ending up. Fenerbahçe heading over towards that north side. We have S2G likely heading over towards Pmsl to get themselves nestled in down towards that position. And Papara Supermassive, as well as the Falcons, dropping over towards Pachinki.
Or are they? I don't know right now. I'm seeing BX Brothers. I'm seeing IDA. I'm seeing Papara Supermassive. I'm not seeing Falcons just yet, but they may be hiding underneath another nameplate. Yeah,
They're
okay.
under Papara Supermassive.
Yeah, they're for sure under Papara Supermassive. Okay, it's a hot drop. I'll take it back.
They believe me, man. Believe me every time. Good start, though. Papara Supermassive already finding one. They have lost one in exchange, and they're starting to swarm, and Falcons are a little bit late on the group. Well, this could be good. Full one-on-one trade, though, that needs to happen.
Uh-oh.
Falcon.
This kills the man. Falcons going 1-for-1 on the trade. They're looking to try and rest Koa here, but lost. Putting pressure on, has got a first aid. That is actually really huge in this early engagement. Those 5 bandages, that stim as well. Lost is a little bit of a tank in his current format. And in the format of this engagement, Narvalo, not so lucky on the weaponry. Still, can be quite devastating, and that's another player from the Falcons going down. Blank. It's all going wrong for them. Narvalo now with a pump action. Can he get anything in response? They found 1 point. So Papara Supermassive will not be full of it, but they're playing as 3 against a solo on the upstairs.
Game over, dude. Honestly. I think Falcons now actually have to give up on Pachinki. It's just not worth it. It's actually just not worth it to them anymore.
That's a bad time.
Papara Supermassive are getting the majority of their points just off Erangel's on the hot drop versus Falcons. Like, it's stupid at this point. And as much as the Falcons hate it, yeah, as much as the Falcons hate it, they have to leave. They have to go elsewhere. It's going to hurt your tournament, 100%. The fact that you can't win a one-on-one with Papara Supermassive, that speaks volumes to me.
I mean, I kind of feel for them. And to be fair, again, it's all about posturing for those finals. Because at the moment, Falcons looking fairly safe just on their points totals. I think they can afford to keep doing this during knockout stage and still make it to the finals. If they can figure out how to get these fights won before the finals, they can be a little bit more confident in taking them, but they are just not getting anything done, really. I mean, dropping directly next to Papara Supermassive, there is that bit of RNG, right? Like who drops on the better armor, who drops on a first aid kit, that sort of thing comes into play. Maybe if you're confident in taking full 4 fights, drop the opposite side of Pachinki. We've seen them do it once, right? We know they're capable of taking that strat.
Just awkward though, because you want to be able to grab the entirety of the loot in that location. You don't want to be sharing it. It's a possibility, but it's not the one you want. So yeah, Falcons will have to figure something out going to the finals, or hope that Papara Supermassive continue to do badly and the Falcons can earn points elsewhere on these games. But that needs to happen over on Miramar as well as Sanhok. Playing from Sami has been rough.
They do keep getting points, though. They're on 31 points. Feeling fairly chill. And they are only playing... I believe they're missing the Miramar in the middle of the day. So they are just playing Sanhok and Erangel.
So basically they're just playing Sanhok, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, pretty much. From Sami. They do not have the desert to help them.
And they ain't winning this fight versus Papara either. very central circle on this one over towards school and Pochinki, of all places. With IDA coming up from Gatka, they like to play on that split. Really, there's no one else that plays there other than S2G, who are far down towards that southwest side. I mean, for Falcons, there's even that possibility to even play South George. You know, hospital splits, not ideal, but it is available to you. And there's plenty of areas on the map that are open. We'll just see how Falcons adapt. I personally, though, I do think that they'll just be stubborn and continue to drop there.
I mean, it's yeah. I am kind of thinking that as well, right? Like, especially for the rest of these knockout stages. I don't think they're going to leave for knockout stages. Maybe for finals, if they get close to the top 4, they could potentially try and change something up. But even then, I'm just not sure. And it is also about reputation in general, right? Because if you show that you can be bullied out of a position, that's really bad. Like, on a global level, teams will know that. They'll notice that that's happened, and they'll say, we can just get rid of your strong position by contesting you on it and force you to leave. If you show that you won't move, if you won't budge, if you won't negotiate, then it's a little bit less likely that teams will compete with you for it. But that's a really long-term outlook, and it won't help you in this short-term tournament.
Yeah, I think when you're looking long-term, that's fine. But when you have only 2 more days of knockout stage, and then 3 more days of finals, yeah, not great. Not great at all. It's not happening.
But that's exactly the scenario, right? Because people know that if you get under pressure, you will cave. Like, that's a thing that you'll show as part of your toolkit. So I think there is a little bit more at play than, oh, we don't want to move. It's for the reputation, for the longevity as a roster, right? You don't want to be shown as a team that will just give up if you get contested. And it's the same for Papara Supermassive, right? Because at this point, Pochinki's theirs by rights, as shown by
trial
track record on that fight. Exactly. Yeah. And they're not going to want to give up on it either, because they will then show that same weakness.
I know, we could talk about this all day, but it's a very strange one. IDA nestled themselves over towards the northwest side of Pochinki. Black Esports come down from South George towards Ruins. We're looking at focal point around school and apartments at the moment. I think it's unlikely we end up on the north side of the map. It's a possibility, sure. But even if that happens, I don't think Beşiktaş is the biggest of forces on that side of the map that are going to stop anyone from moving through into that area. Everyone's comfortable to angle themselves down towards the south right now. Carya currently playing around Potato Hill, getting some good scouting done early.
Team's starting to move towards the middle now. You can see everybody on the road. I don't think there's anyone. Maybe Barsay, the only team to stay stationary here. Footballers as well on that southeast side have moved on in. A bit further north of the hill there. On the east side, teams are moving into the compounds a bit south of those headshot hills. And Rozok as well, being heavily contested right now by Boars and Beşiktaş. Tulika lands the spray. It looks like he's looking for a second point on the match. And oh, Beşiktaş are doing really, really poorly here. So are Guild, actually. They don't want to repeat it last time around. They want to keep everything under control. They want to keep it nice and safe. And Guild not going to give them the fight that they maybe were expecting. But Spike, compaction, spots the shoulder. No, there's someone on the inside. Guild just all in the face of it. That is another 0-point game.
Yeah, I think for Guild, at this point in time, I don't think they're making it into the finals. Sad to say, but I think with these kind of performances, it's a general sense that they are not on the swivel, right? General sense that in those fights, they're not quick. The reaction speeds just aren't coming through, and yeah, it doesn't bode well for the future. I think I'd call Guild out here.
Yeah, they're doing bad. They ain't playing to the level that they should be. and it's not good enough. And I think that it is, at this point, correct to say so. They are not good enough to compete with the rest of this lobby as it stands.
It's 2G with Hamzy on our screens. They rocked up from Pachinki, from Primorsk, and now have wrapped round the fields towards that south side. That position to be in as well. Good area to take shots from. Has a bit of scouting capability over towards that north side. Right now, only 2 teams out with Guild as well as Falcons currently. So we're starting to get a good idea of where this might be finishing. There's a lot of buildings in these areas, but also a lot of open space in between them. So a lot of this long-range gameplay will be showing.
K1 split around their compound. And playing nice and securely now. No one really giving them too much trouble. S2G split around Potato Hill. Next circle goes up to those headshot hills. So for Black Esports, they can run it back. They could try and find a result where they were denied it on Sanhok. They just need to keep control of Sunken, which is easier said than done, to be fair. I think that is a location that can reasonably hold 2 teams with that big gap in the middle, the high ground that sits to the south where Black Esports currently hold, and another team on the inside. We'll have to wait and see. Sharing the apartments, definitely uncomfortable though. Barsay and BX Brothers currently right next door to one another, and they are not happy about it.
And you're always going to have this case where 2 teams going hell for leather against one another in the apartments. So I think with how long the game's going to be going on for in this area, I think for Barsay as well as BS Brothers, you're better off just holding on to your ammo towards your utility. Make sure you got enough going in towards that end game, because they're going to have to cross over towards Carya in school, or wrap round towards the south. So you need smokes, you need nades, you need ammo more than anything. Boars playing on towards Rozhok, though, they've got so much space to handle with right now. It's a nice and easy, chilled out game for Boars.
I mean, you'd hope, right? They do need to put a little bit of a gap between them and the bubble. They are in 15th right now, which would be safe, except for the fact that there are teams 3 points behind them who are going to get eliminated if they don't increase their placements here. Which is not a comfortable scenario to be in. So the more chill you can be, the better. BX Brothers, one of those teams looking to chase. And they have all 4 of their players alive in this next circle as well. Getting out of apartments is going to be really, really rough going as soon as they decide that they have to leave, because they're on the edge of this circle. And unless there's a hard east shift, which, you know, is possible, we've seen it, it's going to be a real nightmare to get out of this without taking the fight early or concluding a position for yourselves early on.
BX Brothers Ramio goes down. Start off. Barsay looking to get the flush, and both those nades bounce off the building. It's not great. I think all the nades are bouncing off the building other than that one right there.
Does tag on.
This feels like a real waste, dude.
I mean, I guess you're hoping you can loot more back up, but Barsay with a big opening salvo to allow them into the ground floor, so BX Brothers now sharing their building. Merciless leading the charge up the staircase. Interesting. Okay, so they naded out the second floor. They're fully confident here. Merciless didn't check the door to the other side there.
Nice.
We'll be chill with it. Icy! Ice cold in the veins there, rolls up and immediately hops out spray down. Sarah, not so lucky. Swash wants to find Calci, and in the blink of an eye, it's changing its tune here. Swash is the last to stand, but S2G still have Icy up on the high ground there, on the long range off angle as well. I think they did have a player, but they careened themselves into a fight. They open up with huge picks, but it's just turned all away from them.
And there he goes down. Should be direct on Swash. He's so low. This is ridiculous. Just a tiny tag on should do the trick. And I think he gets it off just before the first aid. No, Swatch stays alive. It's annoying for Icy. And Molotov goes through. Had to expend the entire kit to make it happen. And Swatch will find it. Bad miscommunication there, in my opinion, coming through from S2G. But a nice nade from Ramio. We'll find Nihat. And now looks for another. I mean, could be cheeky off the wall.
Oh, it is.
Days.
Incredibly cheeky. Blasts him back into the side room there and goes for the drop down. Looks for the staircase, draws the attention, and the rest of his team descend. Nice coordination there from the BRX brothers to find Elvis last alone. Playing the door frame, auto shotgun, catches the first on the cross, Surd falls. And now looks for another, hops out the front, wants to try and get the side swipe, and he's good for another. Elvis keeping things going, keeping the groove alive as Looney last to stand now for BX Brothers. A 1v1 with both players having two teammates down on the floor. Elvis takes some flak around the edge there. One more round, and that's all he needs. Elvis seals the deal. The BX Brothers fall, and Barsay regains second place.
What is this fight? Yeah. Just horrendous, really. Both teams expend all of their utility to cross into one another's apartments. Now have no utility. I think that is very poorly played. Also for BX Brothers, that should have been a very, very easy play, poorly. All three players in the field, and you don't send them one by one. All time.
Token machine. Down in the open field. Circle heads out to the west side. So, Barsay will have to figure out how to get out of there. Carya were taking shots over towards that engagement that we saw before that between S2G and... I've forgotten who it was. I've forgotten who it was that they rolled up on. Was it... No, I've completely forgotten. But with the S2G engagement on the south side, Carya was taking shots out that way, trying to control the south side from the school. But now they have to move because the circle has pushed them away. They won't be quite so lucky.
Take a look at where currently FUT are playing. It's over towards that northwest side, but they are just out in the open, John. It's not an easy place for them to play in. Beşiktaş on their north side. But they'll hunker down, and if we do get a circle that heads over towards the east, they actually have a fairly nice place to play. But it heads over towards that northwest side. FUT Esports, they have a compound. Many compounds. They have a good position in the circle to play. Can they hold on to it, though? That's the question. I think on this circle where Black is playing, that is a really phenomenal position to hold on to. And you can easily win off that position as well. So this is a good test for Black Esports. Can they follow through on a circle like this?
I like what Fenerbahçe was just doing there as well. They pushed out to the far side of the road, so they have an opportunity to sweep through Sungan if they need to take that transition point, but they still have the outpost out to the east side. A lot of overlook, a lot of power. It's going to be difficult for the teams to the east to take control against Fenerbahçe, and I'm looking at them potentially as a team that could do pretty well in this one. Barsay do fall down. They will not be able to transition away. I don't think that's for lack of nades, though. I think that is maybe not something that you can credit to them, but it's still... They took a heavy beating in that engagement earlier on, and that will be the price they pay for it. Maybe not for lack of utility, but for lack of pace and a fully known position to everyone else around them. Footballist taking the scrap, and K1 try and roll up. They find out all about it. Bad boy put in his place.
Yeah, put down. I think well, you don't have any utility to have nades to dismount people either. It gets rough. FUT though, they are rolled up on. Good damage, and there's still one player behind there from K1. This is dangerous, by the way, from FUT to go for this res, but they have to in this moment. Get the players all back up. IDA finding Sonic from K1, which will be the last nail in the coffin. This is IDA from that south side, taking those side swipes. Boars attempted to leave from Rozok. They had so much space, but Fenerbahçe able to get ahead of them.
Very nice. Crazy, getting the value, gets the reknock and the flush, takes a player very, very low. Pusher having to heal here. Fenerbahçe, they lost the player on the push from Boars, I believe, but they still have that backstop angle. You can see just on the other side of the river, Simple Domak playing anchor behind. Will suppress that ridgeline quite nicely. Fenerbahçe forward Swain will fall out in the open there for Beşiktaş. Slows them down. Hang on a minute. Fenerbahçe have just lost another.
I mean, this is Boars trying to roll over the top side, and those nades just didn't do as much damage as they hoped. Beşiktaş, a couple of players, Boran as well as Swain, attempting to move their way over the top. Tunic is playing a dangerous game, though. That's Black actually taking shots over towards Fenerbahçe. It's a nice flex out from Lord Cedric, actually. 6 elims as well for Black Esports.
I mean, it seems like they've been revitalized from Sanhok, right? They lose their outpost and can't really do too much about it. It goes to show you that if they hadn't have made that misplay, they would have been a formidable opponent in that location with this hold down that they've been able to find. So it makes it all the more galling, really, about the Sanhok play, where Thunder Talk just kind of ruined their day.
IDA still 4 though. They do need to push up. So BWNRX likely going to be one of the biggest targets for them. You can see here, got this open ground. It's going to be very difficult to get into position. Paparazzi Supermassive had to be dislodged as well from that north side. So IDA need to go for something extremely potent in the next couple of minutes. Needs to be done fast and with vigor. Otherwise, they're just not making it in. A lot of smoke's been sent through, so a timer's been set for IDA. Black already is taking shots. Septimus with a decent spray.
Nice and chill. BWNRX. Spray down from Zed Wolf. Catches Rita just before he gets the cover, but IDA should be able to get that res as Lux on the top of this tower that has this incredible oversight on the surrounding. Will be able to just keep that Mini 14 churning out the damage. Ammo will be an issue, but see what impact he can have from there. It's always a problem descending from it as well. You can sometimes expend the knock, just drop down as you're knocked. IDA get torn apart in the open field there. Emre, the last player to stand now for them. Out in the open, Bloom in the smoke. See what to do. Vehicles coming after the smoke. I don't think that IDA are going to make it out of this one. The volley of fire from FUT is just intimidating as all anything. And Emre has managed to fade most of it. Nades coming through from Pablo Supermassive as well as Emre avoiding that damage. Okay, all right, that bouncer looks good, and it will tag a lot there. Surely you go down, and we will finally find it.
Yeah, I love that they're just throwing more and more in. It's like, well, that one didn't work, that one didn't work. Okay, we just all send one in at the same time. That'll definitely do the trick, surely. BWNRX with 4 players still alive, looking over towards Paparazzi Supermassive. Tron will find Carya on the back line, though. Nice nade down. Will do a bit of damage towards the front line, but it is good old kind. Find the player behind the tree. Explode on the vehicle might do it. Lost does get a heal through.
Frozen. Over the top, and that is what you're looking for. BWNRX, 3 elims on Kind. It's not the Zed Wolf show this time around. They have managed to pick up their feet and get to marching. Lord Cedric, close to Kind, could be able to take down the star player of the moment, and will be able to eat that flush nice and quickly. Black Esports now with an opening to move over these hillsides that surround them.
Yeah, for Lord Cedric, his flex outs have been phenomenal this game. It's what's kept him in. And with a lot of momentum into this match. I do like where Lux is playing as well. This is such a fantastic spot on the map. Not only for taking shots, but realistically, when you get to this edge at the start of the game, like at this point of the game, you're basically using that mainly as a scouting tool going forward. And it's just giving so much information back over towards Black Esports. And he can stay here for quite some time as well. I think the blue just about pushes him out. Oh no, she keeps him in. Yeah, it's a crazy spot then. It's a crazy spot.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's kind of nuts. back to camp. BWNRX, they're sending in Mad Max style, and it's just going to be the bullets, though, that put him down. And Zeb will find the knock over to up 4. They press the ridgeline. Enzo has no say in the matter. The backstop angle, 4 foot, cannot really come into play here. The nades can continue to come on through. 6 elims for BWNRX. Black Esports with 7. But it's Footballists with 10, who are just about trying to fight for a little bit more of this.
Yeah, FUT getting really good. They set themselves in a very nice position to be capitalizing off the back of this game. Just the 2 players, though, still playing up against BWNRX, who are in pretty easily nadeable line. That was a wild nade. You can kind of understand why they're going for it, expecting the players are going to be playing over towards that hill instead of allowing the easy grenades down towards the tree. Look, a machine finding a player from Boars on cause.
Black Esports now trying to extend their influence with Lord Cedric. Looks like he's going to step up, and BWNRX may just find another knock sent their way. Zed Wolf this time is caught. Lord Cedric has been an operator out here on the southwest.
Crunches all of the teams on the outside. I mean, Black has definitely been blessed on this game. There's no doubt about it. It's a good setup. I think that I was very happy to see what Lord Cedric was doing this match. He's very proactive. Looks his position. Also, most players that jump over towards the spot go down very early in the match. They're too over-aggressive.
See you later.
Wow.
Wins the challenge, hits the deck, stays in cover for the time being. Carya one step closer to more placement points, adding to their tally as well on elims is always good. Boar on the north side really struggling right now, but they do manage to get into the top 4. And that is going to be really big news. They will finish in 4th. They got a couple of elims as well. They were towards that bubble blank, remember, so getting this far, very, very important. Solos remain now, and it's all up to Black Esports to close this game down.
Black Esports over towards BWNRX. Looking to live a little bit longer here than FUT. Enzo rocks out in the vehicle, kind of exposes his positioning, and now the rest of the team should be looking over towards him. Carly trying to stay alive. We'll find Lord Cedric. There's an immediate response, and Enzo might just live a little bit longer because of this. The revenge play coming through.
Where he's at now as well. Zeptimus actually under pressure. Kakali trying to do a lot in this circle. Spotted finally by Lux up on the tower. Enzo not willing to peek out and try and help Kakali out in this scenario. Just allow him to go down, lock in that second place as Kakali shimmering against the edge of the blue will fall finally. Aussie puts the pressure on just enough. Brings Lord Cedric back up, and now they can move out. Enzo was just waiting for this second place. That's all he wanted. 11 elims, second place. That is a great result, but it's Black Esports denied on Sanhok. On Erangel, it was everybody else who had to suffer this time around. A great result, and they find the chicken dinner.
Yeah, well done to Black Esports. Yes, they had the circle look there, but overall, in terms of the playstyle that they had, I think it was much, much better coming through from Black Esports. They understood the position they had to take there, how they had to extend their presence outwards. And it worked out in the sense of being able to pick up a lot of eliminations. Yes, FUT were able to get themselves a lot in the meantime, but it was a very safe game for Black Esports. I don't think there were any risk during the entirety of that. I think for FUT, they get a lot of eliminations just based off good play overall. But yeah, for Black Esports, I think the main thing there is it's a super safe, high elimination game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great stuff from them. They hold down that tower with Lux being on oversight. It's kind of done and dusted from that point onwards. So happy to see that for Black Esports. I think with that, they may be able to jump up pretty close to top spot, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to beat Regnum Carya, who were able to do so much in that last match. Guild, really bad, not good. No points on that game. That is sort of the running theme from them. Boars, though, they were able to get late into that match. They were able to get, I think, high single-digit points on the game, which, again, is just exactly what you need when you're playing around that bubble to just see yourself towards those finals.
Yeah, I think for Boars, again, we're seeing a lot of eliminations going through for them, but they get further into that match, which is nice. Though I do think that the position on the map that they started over towards Rozhok really gave them a lot of advantage there in the first place. So it does indicate they would get further into that game. But overall, yeah, nice stuff. Nice stuff from Boars. And they're able to get elimination games like that and get fairly far into it. You can sort of expect them to continue to do well in these matches.
Yeah, you'd hope so. That would be very nice indeed if they can keep things going. But we'll have to wait and see if that will be delivered unto us. I think with that match, we are approaching our halfway mark on the knockout stages, right? In the middle of next game will technically be our halfway point for our teams. So some of our teams will have reached their halfway boundary, having played 6 matches. All the teams that have played in our first 2 games will now have done half of their games, which doesn't include Guild, will include, I think, teams like Falcons. So anyone in groups C, A, B, and C, I think, will have reached their halfway mark so far this game. Both Group D and E have sat one out so far. So if you're tracking, that's who will be at their halfway point.
Thank you, John. We appreciate you, John. Final blow coming up soon. See how that game actually ended out. Overall, it was quite a fun one. I think Carly does his best. It was funny the way Enzo played it as well, where he has an instance of jumping into the vehicle then pushing up. The fact that he pushes up so close to Kakali basically forces them to have Kakali face first towards the boys on Black Esports. So at least he guarantees himself a second place off the back of that. It was a risky maneuver, but it paid off. Definitely paid off there. For Barsay as well as BX Brothers, though, pretty disappointing the way that they played that out. I think that they could have gone separate ways, honestly. And I think Barsay is the one who forces that trade between them. And I didn't like it. Did not like it.
No. Well, let's take a look at that final blow that came on through. Right towards the end, it was just a chokehold that Black Esports had on the lobby. I thought Kakali was going to be able to find something. I thought Aussie may just continue to feed that drip feed of 1v1s over towards that side of the hill. But no, he was more disciplined than that. They played off one another, and Enzo wasn't going to get involved at all and did go down in the end. But second place, as I said before, still really nice stuff. Lord Cedric, I think this is definitely a deserved MVP. Not just from the stats, but from the way he was playing. He was so troublesome out on that southwest flank, moving through the hills. He dismantled the backlines for BWNRX, and they really just did not have a response. So a real credit to the team on that match.
Yeah, big fair play to Lord Cedric. Like I was saying during the entirety of that match, super proactive gameplay from him, flexing out when it was necessary, and was able to get himself 652 damage and 6 eliminations. So every time he was taking shots, they were pretty bang on accurate. So yeah, very nice stuff for Lord Cedric. Super deserved on the MVP slot there overall. We're going to take a look at the match statistics in just a sec, as well as the winner chicken dinner stats from the entirety of Black Esports, because we know they certainly got a lot of points that game. But it's the 5 elims that are coming through from Lord Cedric that really bumps the numbers up.
Here are those match stats. Enzo actually topping the damage tables. 886 there for him on foot, and they will be happy with that, I'm sure. They did get a lot of elims during that game. I think they got up to 11, with 2 nade elims coming through for the Boars.
Yeah, nice stuff from Cause. I'm not seeing Bishke there for the nade elims in quite some time now, sadly. But yeah, it was a pretty close quarters game. The most distance was 286. Especially when we head over towards Headshot Hills, where it is all situated quite close to one another. Enzo getting almost 900 damage done that match is quite cool. A foot, we've seen up 4 kind of be a big step up for foot beforehand, but this time it's Enzo going for that one.
Yeah, and making sure that everybody is on there. If we looked at Foot's stats, I imagine that it would be fairly even split, able to get 11 elims and probably more than one player on a high damage count. But we will be, I believe, looking at Black's stats from that match for our team that did take the win. You can see that Zeptimus also doing quite a lot of damage and over-earning on knockouts as well as Lux, able to do the same. 4 knockouts apiece. Seems like some of those were stolen away across the board. They had 4 elims there, then they profited 2 on the other knocks. So, yeah. Some teams taking those knocks away from Black Esports, so they could have had even more points.
They could have done 100%. There's so many knocks coming through from Black Esports. I mean, they had such high ground control anyway. I loved where Lux was 800 damage that game, and I think he was very influential on that match. We take a look at the replays, where things went wrong for a lot of our teams. But yeah, Lux plays in that position where I do see so many players head over towards and get a little bit too trigger happy from that spot. That's unfortunate. Seeing him through the window there. Yeah, they get way too trigger happy, get taken out early, and you lose a really strong scouting position, which is what that should be. It should not be the spot where you're taking shots towards enemy teams. This looked like a great start. Ramio really opens up the curtains there for BX Brothers, and they don't even confirm over towards the Elims. What was that all about?
You know, it's just the play style. You know, it's just what they want to do. They want to win or not, or get nothing. And right now, that was nothing. They did not have a good time. Barsay, I mean, that was the shutdown on the rollout, right? So after winning that fight.
Was it a rollout, or did they just reverse it to open ground?
I mean, they backwards rolled out of the apartments, right? Like, so it's technically a rollout. It's just really not good.
Yeah. Not good at all. Didn't like that. Some decent nades over towards Fenerbahçe, but Boars do hang on for a little bit longer. But here's Lord Cedric starting to get a lot done during that match. Really good flex outs. And here was Lux being very careful on the way he played that position. So I love to see it.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, it is technically resable, right? You can drop down when you're knocked to potentially be resable, but you lose that sight line. Either way, Lux, yeah, and this is the point where he can just stand up, take a little bit more boldness because the teams around him not going to want to go for those peaks. Everybody trying to just find their little slice. As the nades started to come on through as well. You could see how many teams are in dribs and drabs in the minimap on the top right-hand side here, and it is just a shooting gallery for Black Esports. This is when it started to get a bit hairy, but Kakali wasn't able to win against Aussie either, and they did just close it down. Nice and disciplined from Black Esports as we take a look at our points totals here. 22 on the game for Black Esports, FUT on 17 as well.
Yeah, 17 for FUT. Very nice. 11 eliminations found off the back of that one. The Boars able to get 9. But Supermassive down on 6. So of the 4 elims they were able to find over towards Falcons, they only get 2 more points off of placements. Which again is frustrating for Falcons because Papara Supermassive take Pachinki and then do nothing with it. So yeah, I would hate to be Falcons here looking at this leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but then again, they are not as in danger as some of these other teams at the moment. They'll have a little bit more to do, but it will be slightly kindly for them. They will be sitting out the next match, so they can reset a little bit, but we'll have to wait for another instance of, I believe, Sanhok's the next match they'll play, so we'll see how they can do there.
Back on Sanhok today, but we do have a Miramar coming up shortly. Here's our overalls. Regnum Carya didn't move. I don't think they played. Black Esports get themselves up to 54. So I think that's a good redeemable game for them coming off the Sanhok. So I'll forgive them for that. Barsay is still in 3rd place after not moving too much. Fenerbahçe up to 4 for 47. Falcons still remaining on this page, though, is impressive to me. But FUT do get a lot off it, as do BWNRX. So a lot of our usual names, Regnum Carya, Fenerbahçe, S2G, FUT, BWNRX, are all still on this first page. IDA and Carya, I would say, are up-and-comers in terms of teams that are on the first page too, tied, which is quite nice as well to see a 32 apiece.
Yeah, they are both sat there, proud as anything. 5 matches played, pretty important though for Regnum Carya on the top and for Carya in 8th. It'll be interesting to see what dynamics unfold over the course of today. With all of these teams on the front page almost having played half of their games, you can see how things are likely to shape up. At the moment, it doesn't look like Black Esports are on track to beat the S2G record of 123 points on 12 matches, but 54 would double to 108, and that would be good enough. You take that. That would be enough to see through to the finals. Unfortunately, though, that's not true for everybody. There is a tiebreaker on the bubble with Rook on 20 and Brat on 20 as well. The placement points decide on that one. But the caveat there is that Rook have an extra match to play. They are 5 matches played with Brat on 6.
Yeah, so for Brat, it's a little bit scarier. Rook have another go at this. Beşiktaş again just dropping down. I don't want to keep talking about Beşiktaş or BX Brothers or Gil, because I think at this point in time we're all quite certain that they're likely to fall out of favor here into our bottom four and remain there. Farouk, though, in 16th. This is a team that can potentially get out, as well as Bra.
Yeah, it is still very hotly contested. Teams are starting to move away, though, from this boundary. It's reducing the pool of teams that are looking a little bit more volatile. So teams like Papara Supermassive, like Thunder Talk, have managed to push up and away. Boars as well, just on the cusp there of being contestable. So I have to wait and see just who's going to go for it. Here's a little head-to-head from Elvis, from Barsay, who did manage to get 10 elims. I believe that's on today, and Lord Cedric's been able to get 6. Oh, wait, is this from the entirety of the stages so far? I think it is, because the hour and 44 survival time, hour and 42 survival time, I think that adds up to about 6 matches for both of these two teams.
Correct. That it does. But so far, Elvis doing a little bit better than Lord Cedric, but I think that's the first time Lord Cedric's really popped off, but he popped off in a big way. It was an important time for it.
Are you being attacked by a cat there? Is that what's happening? Your camera all of a wobble. Yeah, they always love to get in and amongst the wires. Maybe that's what caused some of our players to disconnect early on. He's really causing trouble over on the desk. Goodness me.
Get out. Annoying cat, dude.
Oh, man. That's all right.
Crazy.
Gotta love him. Gotta love him.
Well, I'll hold up my monitor for the time being, I suppose.
Yeah.
Whilst he dislodges himself from my PC, basically.
He's tangled up in all the wires, and it's your fault somehow. Either way, we are going to go to a break. Blank can sort out his cat problems, and we can sort out getting into the next Miramar in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. And we're back for Miramar in the middle of the day. It will be the one and only Miramar that we play today. Is he already? He's already causing problems. Goodness me. He just
This
doesn't
crazy dude. He's actually destroyed my whole setup.
stop. He's tried to fix it.
So
during the break.
unfortunate.
He's just trying to help, you know? He's just trying to help.
You gotta remember, this guy is like, he's like this big. I'll come all the way back. He's like this big.
He's a huge guy.
I'm like this tall. He's a huge man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyway,
We'll fix this in the interim. We only had 2 minutes, so I had to dislodge him from the area, the first place. I didn't quite get the camera angle just correct. So that's a break number 3 job. After 2 minutes, I reckon I could get it done in 2 minutes. I think we have a slightly longer break after game 3 though, so that's great.
We'll have to wait and see. You could technically do it during the game a little bit as well, if you're feeling fresh, if you're feeling bold. You know, because you won't be when you're not on camera. No, you're too locked in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see you. I see you focusing. That's good. We are going to be heading into Miramar fairly shortly, as our teams are getting ready to jump on into the plane over. Again, this is, of course, Group C sitting out, which means the Falcons will not be playing. Hopefully, a little time for them to go for a mental reset and stay a little bit more chill throughout proceedings. But maybe they need a little bit more than that. Maybe they need a little bit more than chill. They need something else. But we are going to be heading into the game, as the game is no delays this time around. We're going straight on it.
Boom. Amazing. Straight into it. Very, very perfect for us. From Platona up towards Tierra Blanca, over towards Miramar. This is going to be a slightly longer match for us, but definitely a nice portion of the day where things get slightly more chilled out.
Yeah, from the south side to the northeast edge. Everybody biding their time. Is someone going to try something spooky here for our only Miramar of the day? We'll have to wait and see. Not expecting it. Teams will try and extricate themselves from one another, get on with their day. First circle will be coming in fairly soon as well. And in general, on Miramar, the first circle does dictate quite a bit of the early game pacing, as well as that second circle shift, right? That is a pretty dramatic one. Certainly can be, depending on where that first circle ends up. But it's yet to come on through. Regnum Carya close to Thundertalk, but Thundertalk too spread out really to do too much about it. The circle goes up to the north side, so we are going to be heading up there once again.
Yeah, around Hacienda del Patron way. We went down towards the south side of the map yesterday, over towards the west. So it was a little bit rough in that position. I'm around up towards water treatment and Crucified. With both TCQ. South.
Nobody on any conflict right now. No one on any collision courses for the time being. It should be fairly chill. I think we've got a couple of minutes now to just get looted. Maybe some teams doing some scouting, but really nothing super dramatic here. The plane path's been kind. Everybody's happy. Everybody's chilling. I'm not expecting to see a fight until maybe minute 4. 4 minutes and 23 seconds. That's when the first elims come in. Guaranteed.
Okay. He's making those mad predictions again. I like it.
Yeah, you got to go for it. You got to throw it out. Why? When do you think it's going to be?
Could be any time.
Oh. Well, no, because it's going to be 4 minutes and 23 seconds. You know, that's
All right.
That's just how it be.
Okay. STG's on our screen at the moment. Pretty good run from them. Hacienda or the north side of San Martin. Looking around Carya at the moment as well in the fielded area just underneath water treatment. I quite like that position. Again, they are probably one of our up-and-coming teams alongside IDA. I'd like to see Carya do well this game. We've already seen a lot of teams kind of locking in their position during this knockout stage.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more firm for teams towards the top of the tables. And they'll be happy for it, Kelsey. Just grabbing up the loot. Only a level 1 vest, though. Let's get that replaced as soon as possible. Level 3 helmet, though, so can't complain. Can't complain too much. He's nice and happy with that. And I'm sure that throughout all of it, they'll be able to find plenty more. Ooh, minute 4's approaching, Blank. It's only what is that, 30 seconds until the first elim.
That's correct, John. It could happen.
I think I'm going to be wrong. Oh no.
Maybe. But so be it.
Yeah.
If that's the case. Right now, it's quite a slow start to the game. I think BRX and LS are quite happy with that position, though. To be able to get in. But a lot of our more potent rosters are already towards the center of the circle, like S2G, Carya, FUT, as well as BRX. Papara Supermassive, I'd like to see a good game here from them on Miramar.
Yeah, would be nice. Would be nice indeed. To see that one coming on through. Well, that's easier said than done. I mean, it is a tall order for teams really quite low down to jump on up, to change their style of not really earning too many points on a match. But it has been done. And one big game can change your fate pretty impactfully, certainly this early on.
Yeah, one big Miramar as well. Get you far, far ahead. It's a question of how many eliminations you can grab here, because a lot of the fighting does happen like various locations around the map. Puts you at this position where you're not exactly always going to be able to go from fight unless you have like a bit of an open ground skirmish towards the end, in which case you're getting quite a few points there. But we'll see.
Papara Supermassive. Currently just trying to navigate these hills, trying to figure out where he wants to be, lost, seemingly a bit unsure. Staying on the move, can't be sniped. It is important whilst you decide where you're going, although burning a bit of fuel, which can be important on Miramar, but very rarely. In the meantime, Regnum Carya, they have moved in from the southwest side, up to the junction to the east of San Martin. And park the vehicle up. And we'll hang out. I was definitely very wrong about the first elim timing.
Quite.
I meant it was double that. 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That's definitely what I meant.
We'll wait and see on your new prediction.
Yes.
Alas. Meantime, we're taking a look at the rest of our squads. Regnum Carya coming up from that south side. We do have Root coming in from Torre Hamada as well as another team that we do want to see do a lot better. 20 points at the moment, 16th. At risk over towards Bra, who are tied up with them.
They do want to try and push on forwards. I mean, it's the placement points for Rook that have got them in the lead at the moment. And they're right on that bubble. It's a really unfriendly place to be. But Rook, again, do have that extra match in hand, right? 5 matches played for Rook. Bra have yet to take their seat on the bench for today. So we'll have to wait and see where Rook can go with that. What they can earn with that extra set of points they can get.
They have a little bit extra in the back pocket, right? You are correct. Technically, this game is not it yet. Between Beşiktaş Guild and Bra. Wait to see the game when these teams are out. Not playing alongside them. Still 64 players in the lobby. It's been quite a safe game so far. Nothing really happening too much. Things get closer and closer together. In towards our next zone very shortly, which will crunch teams. A lot of high ground around this area. We played in.
Circle.
But also a lot of open field. Do send down towards the southeast here, John. Towards Truck Stop, Graveyard, Minas Generales. Interesting area of the map to play, actually. Specifically because Minas Generales and La Bandita cuts out a lot of area. There is a nasty spot down towards that southeast you don't typically want to play. Flux, they get a really strong spot right off the bat.
With that hard shift out to the south side, I mean, the Minas Generales, really important now. The hills to the north of it. As you say, Flux in that strong spot with the overlook on the rest of the circle. Papra Supermassive very, very close by to the enemy. I think that's Guild out on that angle, but they're taking looks out towards S2G, who are rolling over these hillsides. Default spray down towards Icy, connects a few. Not enough though. Sarah already led the charge, drained some ammo from the magazines, and they are across for now. But there we go. Finally, Regnum Carya connect, and Sarah falls first.
And it's a bit over your timer.
Yeah.
A bit over your timer.
And it's not an elim. So.
No. It's not even happened yet. Gutted.
I meant triple.
S2G with 4 players all back up on their feet. Black Esports will lose Lux. He played so safe last game as well, but there is a shot backwards. That's over towards Symphony. He gets the music cut short here.
Nade in from Aussie. And nice one for the first, but can't quite find the second. Looking to try and suppress any runs out the back, but Lux has been taken down in the meantime. And Aussie, I think, yeah, this is disciplined fallback here from him. Knows that he's going to have pressure put on him. Lux was an important factor in his engagement, but now the rest of his team has moved through the rest of the compound and fighting over this position on the northwest side. I don't think anyone's going to join in too soon, Blank. Maybe Carya could flex on in to have a little look. But it would be a big risk, and I don't think anyone's joining. So having this fight, it is just a team deathmatch right now.
Yeah, it's likely something that teams will want to gatekeep, at least. But so far up towards the edge of the circle, there's no reason to try and take a prominent position here versus these two teams. For Carya, they're likely going to sideswipe any squad that comes out after this engagement. Should be a nice bit of loot on board for them. Bra over towards Graveyard right now. In a team that desperately needs some points in the game. That should see them safe, at least towards the end game.
Thunder Talk. Are starting to eke out a small lead on this engagement. They've managed to find a point. Get an elim. Circle goes up to the northwest side, so actually keeps them fairly healthy in their position on this circle. This is great for Regnum Carya. Look at that position on the compound, on the corner, on that junction of the road. It's really, really healthy for them, as well as Flux maintaining so much power on their position.
Yeah, Flux can really hold a lot of teams coming in from that northeast. We're talking FUT, we're talking BWNRX, Barsay Supermassive. There is a lot of points potential there for Flux, and they desperately need those points. There it's at in 24. We said before in the start of this game that, you know, Miramar's not that type of map where you go from fight to fight to fight, but this specific location where Rook, Shift all need to make their way through, and there are a lot of points available now for Flux to try and pick up on.
Rook looking to try and move around these hillsides. It's working out well for them. Remember, they do need every point they can get. They are around that bubble, so they've already picked up 2, which is great news. Have broken that tie and are up in 16th for the time being. Scarface trying to defend against Papara Supermassive. Nade over the top, but it's faded away. Will not be a challenge. And the teammate's gone down in the meantime. Matcap tries to take the frag, but it will not go his way. Heal's starting to come on through. 2 players from Fireflux are down, and Papra Supermassive yet to feel the burn here on the inside of this compound. Scarface tries to cut the cross, but S2G chime in and ruin the day.
S2G fighting a little bit. They will have to go for the res, though. 2 players down, Icy and Sarah. MTG and Kelsey do have to do the trick. Might be a nice nade from Tron, actually. Hops in the air. I don't think he went far enough.
Not quite going the distance on that arm. Pmsl does go down. I think that was the off angle taken by S2G, if I'm not mistaken. It will be pretty annoying for Papra Supermassive, but they'll stay as 3, I imagine, unless... No, they are all in the same compound. So all 3 of them will be alive and continue to be so. S2G, they've got 3 points. They've got all 4 players alive. And again, they are in the shadow of where Fireflux were playing in this compound here that they did just get dismounted from. So they have got a solid spot, fairly central. And obviously, pretty good at controlling the area.
Ooh, Roop losing the model. Down to just 2. Able to get 4 elims on the game, but that's about it. It's not pretty. And Carya's going to send up even further, knowing that this is isolated fight, though it's only Lewis, really. Push over towards his position. Very bold push. Has the cook on the nade. Balls for Havlik, taking shots over towards him, and no cookie on the nade there.
Second player from Carya, and the third as well. They're all rocking up on this location. They don't want to let it get away from them. With 20, the last to stand now. They got 4 elims. Will they find more? That Molotov, no, it's going to spread. 20's going to go down here. Surely, he can't decide which med to try and pop, but no, nothing's really going to help. And they'll pick up the elim. Very nice.
Yeah, needs to find the anti-burn there, realistically. Or at least a cold flannel. But none of that was available to him in that moment.
Yes.
BWRX still have to cross that road on the northeast side.
Yeah, something they will need to navigate fairly soon, actually, with the circle about to close. 14 teams remain. 2 of them have fallen. Rook getting 4 points is actually not negligible here. Getting 4 points on a match is still a decent chunk when you're pursuing that 50-point margin. That does bring them to 6 matches played. So at their halfway mark, they are on 24. Double that would put them on 48, which is a little bit below where we expect the bubble to be. So we'll need to put up the pace. But 4 points is better than none. And you will be okay with that for the time being.
Being some Galatasaray vibes there. 48 points is worrying. So about halfway through the game now. 16 minutes. Things do start to get a little bit tight now going forward. And it's not an urban finish either, and it is quite open. So likely this Miramar won't go all the way to zone 9. Though I could be proven wrong. Yeah, tons of teams here just trying to stake out position. CTQ getting here without really any contest is surprising to me. Fenerbahçe should have a side swipe.
That's their specialty, though. Just TTQ, like, oh, we want to go there. Send in. It was a bad idea. Nah, mate, we're here now. That's how it works, mate. Did it on Sanhok. They'll do it again here. I'm sure.
Certainly a chance for it. BWRX looking to swing round on the south side. Instead of fighting off against FUT, Dr. Machine taking shots, I think he does sit down one of the players. And it's only Kind there to pick him back up. There's big delays happening across the board. Oh, this east side.
It does leave a lot of dead ground in the middle of this circle, Blank. I mean, you can see what high ground control Fenerbahçe have right now.
I think the thing I'm most concerned about is that Fireflux went down. I don't quite know when.
That was the engagement with Papra Supermassive and S2G. That was in that compound. Yeah. Well, Papra Supermassive went in for the fight and they were fighting through the shacks, and then S2G cleaned it up, right?
Yeah, for Fireflux, that was a strong position to have. 1-4 players is... Papra Supermassive ruined yet another team's chances.
Ah, yes. the Giant Slayers. A team that no one can topple, seemingly. Bra and Regnum Carya over on the high... Well, not Regnum Carya, sorry. There's... who is that in their shadow? Bra and Fenerbahçe, both contesting for that high ground, but it seems to be going the way of Fenerbahçe right now, despite them losing 2 of their players. So 1v2 over on that side. Hard south shift. That high ground will be pretty important. With the dribs and drabs of players remaining, though, from the teams on that angle, is more than likely going to be a fairly soft push if anyone wants to go for it.
It's a grim circle to have, honestly, over towards Fenerbahçe. Like, getting through this area is not fun. It's not easy. Fenerbahçe's in a very nice spot, but crossing over towards that road in the center, you're just fully in open ground. A lot of these fights are going to have to conclude over towards the northeast side first.
Oh dear. Spike absolutely runs him through there, but unfortunately Guild are on their last legs. However, they've got 3 points this match, Blank. A massive improvement over the rest of their tournament so far. They can't believe their luck, but 2 of them are down. Only 1 player left remaining. See if they can get themselves back to their feet, but it's not looking super hopeful. They are a bit out in the cold on the north side.
This could be a nice wrap from BRX, honestly. They just were able to find 2 players from Pavra Supermassive as they attempted to double back on their position as they were held out by S2G. Barsay still holding down towards the north side of Minas Generalis. Big fight now on the cards for BRX.
Goes first, and Havlik able to find the second as well. It's just the backline now for BWNRX that can have an impact here. Zedwall wanting to go on the hunt, but denied behind this vehicle, which is already in flames, trying to find a knock, but it's only the nades from Kakali that are connecting. The vehicle goes up and explodes, but I don't think BWNRX have lost a player just yet. In the meantime, S2G started to move on out. Kakali, nade in hand, looking for the cook. High ground, Zedwolf launches them in as well, but they're not connecting with Boars, not just yet. And they haven't been able to take what they're looking for.
Kakali's got no nades left remaining in the back pocket, and it's dry here for BWNRX. Have to hit some good shots. Zedwolf's able to find one with the Mini 14. She'll be able to clean that one up and get 1 point, but it's a 1v3 now. Highly unlikely he wins this.
Incredibly unlikely, but it is Zedwolf. Can't count him out just yet, so he's gone low now. Havlik with the challenge, gets the first. Pusher is there, could be a third party from Carya as well. Look at them encroaching on the northern side. There are crossfires coming on in to maybe help him out, but it's BWNRX to fall. Now, sorry, it was S2G moving in from the northern side for the third party. Will we see any more punishment being dished out by Barsay or S2G onto this position for Boars? It looks like they're going to try and leave, and I don't think they're going to get very far.
No, Zedwolf hampers them just enough, and it was a good play from him with the limited amount of ammo he had. Boars coming up against the force of S2G, who currently have 9 eliminations on this game. Kelsey doesn't go down either. Airburst on that one, but not quite close enough. Now Kelsey and Icy double back slightly.
Icy sees it. Puts the nade in. Half HP pusher with the spray challenge. Nothing against Icy. He'll spray him down. 3 players for S2G. They get 11 elims on the match. Already blank with 17 remaining. It's a good result for them. And the rollover for Thunder Talk continues as they just find the last player of Guild. Take him down nice and swiftly.
Yeah, Nico just flew past him. Took the shot into another buggy. It was quite stylish, to say the least. And again, like I said, it's going to be a lot of these fights concluding on the outer edge of the northeast side. Before this game finished up, Regnum Carya have been holding a strong compound. They know they just need to get even points. All right, it doesn't need to be a lot with 59 in first place. S2G's put on a magical show here this game, though, to get 11 eliminations and see themselves further up the table. They don't want Regnum Carya taking that off. And in comes the roll-up. One found immediately. That's it.
Nothing really doing there. They didn't have the angles established, but Regnum Carya have taken heavy punishment on the rock. They need to res fast with the blue zone pushing in already. I don't think they're going to be able to get both players back up. They might just try and hold the fight. Nico moves in, tried to put the cat amongst the pigeons, slow down those reses, hamper them. Regnum Carya under a lot of pressure here. And I think Nico, whilst he may not be able to get Symphony back up, is doing a lot of work to continue the advantage in this fight that they found. There's Striker with the flush. There's Nico with a nade over to Loxy. They are putting Regnum Carya in their place.
Yeah, a crazy roll-up coming through from Regnum Carya. I think they could have evened up over towards Silas and picked up that position. that was also available to him. Then they could hold out over towards Kairos and the rest of the team. So, again, it's an aggressive push from Regnum Carya. One they expect to win, but some good shots alleviate that early.
Didn't commit to go and try and res Symphony there. Silas sequestered to the back of the building. Has to go for the reload, but is spotted. Striker has the angle. Symphony bled out there, and I feel like they were already on location in that area. Put him in a buggy, drag him across the road. I don't think they needed to let that one go, but either way, they win the fight. They're up to 11 elims and 5 teams remain.
Yeah, for TTQ, this is a redeemer of a match for them. A redemption play towards Regnum Carya. Good shots from Savian, but Kairos will get himself up to the wall. Like I said, there's a massive amount of open ground. Barsay don't do anything and yet succeed off the back of it. Playing down towards this southeast side the entire time before rolling out. It's been a very passive game from them.
Barsay find their second point of the match so far at minute 24. Icy looking for the angles. It's Icy and Sarah now. Left standing for S2G. Claiming nothing but smoke as cover. No helmet either. Sarah lowering the enemy's health bars close by to him. Potential third party for him to swing out from the south. And Thundertalk are also putting pressure on from the north. This is nasty now. Thundertalk spray towards Icy. You've got these off angles now coming into conflict. As Barsay not quite handling this as neatly as they'd like to. That's Fenerbahçe as well. Being this off angle, being this menace that is putting so much hurt onto this fight. Elvis actually under pressure now, again, from those off angles.
Papa Supermassive dead center. Themselves towards the top 5. Only 5 teams remaining. Barsay down to 3. Being punished by TTQ. Been having a bit of a good day today. Feels a lot more confident going today, actually, I would say. And I think Nico is making a few more of these moves around the map that we saw towards that league stage. A little bit of that boldness does play into their favor.
Ooh, I see. What a timely prone there. Pops that first aid, but he's really low on the armor, on the supplies now. And Thundertalk, they had a disadvantage there. Hops across. Striker now with the challenge. Spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first time around, but he steps up for a second. And Savian can't quite connect either. Bandages in the back pocket. Doesn't have any smokes there. And he's so dry on the supplies. Thundertalk now on their last player standing. He's just going to go across. There is the smoke, but Savian does cut through. That will be the end of the run for S2G. It looked like he might be able to make it. It was just a little bit too slow. A little bit too dry in the cover. Kairos with the challenge for the central compound position. We'll be able to find it, but will that get punished? I'm not too sure. With 3 teams remaining, nobody's on full.
No, it's awkward. Very awkward. Fenerbahçe with 2 players, with Razy and Savian making it through to the end game, and might actually win off the back of it, as there's a nice nade from Savian. Another one required. It's direct on target, and Elvis is extremely low.
That burn down. Nobody is going to be bleeding out here. Savian's not going to let him get this res. Spray down actually looks for the down player instead, but Elvis is there. Will be taken out. And now for Fenerbahçe, they're up to 9 elims. Thundertalk already had 11. I think they've got a couple more. Yeah, they're on 12 now, Blank. To win this, he'd need to go up to 14 elims. AZ has the challenge. Remember, Thundertalk is dead center on this one, but there's another circle still to come.
I mean, technically, Kairos has a really nice spot.
It's
honestly
really good.
It's hard to push him here. And I do like the fact that he just flew over towards Papa Supermassive and took that spot off them. You're having this 2-2, this 1-1 split, right? I think that's very important to divert attention, but we already talked about how Kairos and Striker are very aware of their surroundings multiple times.
I think a non-zero part of this as well is the fact that Fenerbahçe are on higher ground. These windows are so much harder to put nades through when you're higher up. The angles, the arcs make it really tricky to be able to find that compared to if you're on a level playing field or you're on an uphill. You have so much more leeway when it comes to putting nades through these windows. So the fact that they're going to have to push towards him gives Kairos an advantage. But the smoke train is out. It looks like they don't have any nades anyway, so they're going to have to figure out how to navigate this one.
Yeah, watching over towards Fenerbahçe, spots the movement on the vehicle. pretty pinpoint on the sound cues here.
Sees Razy coming. This is the only way to do it. You've got to go fast. Bounces a nade. Doesn't go the correct way. Has the pump action shotgun burning on the inside. Forced to step out. It's a barbecue on the inside, and it's not going to last. Sure, you can't get those nades in through the windows, but those Molotovs, just put them at the door, and you run up to do the rest. A nice little take from the top of the hill. Fenerbahçe take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, nice spread on the Molotov. Spreads out from the wooden flooring there, and it just makes that run out really difficult for Kairos. I like what he did. You know, I think he had a good read towards that circle, but he had to be a little bit quicker on that nade there. As we saw Savian move on down. But for Fenerbahçe, it is a unbelievable game from them. I did not see them coming out on the other side of that and winning it. Flux looked so strong in the early game in terms of their positioning. But yeah, I don't think I would have called Fenerbahçe that game. That was incredible stuff from them. Playing that 1-1 for so long too, and just kind of capitalizing on having the high ground the majority of the time. Yeah, lovely stuff.
I mean, all of that circle was exacerbated by having that one little shack in the middle and a lot of open ground. I mean, the hillsides, you saw how bare it was as they went for their roll down, right? It was the only reason they were able to do it was because they were against one guy. But it was a lot of really high points surrounded by just nothing, basically, which is what made that last set of circles so ragtag, so difficult to navigate for so many teams. But there was a lot of points earned for quite a few sides as well. A lot of double-digit. I think there was at least 2 teams with double-digit elims, maybe 3 at the end of that match, because I think Fenerbahçe did manage to get up to 10 with that final elim they got.
Yeah, again, Fenerbahçe, like a lovely game, but there was a lot of elims, and it was heavy on the top side of the lobby in that game. So we'll see where that leaves people at the end of this one. I'm very, very curious to see how that pans out. For Paparazzi Supermassive, it kind of jumps them up a little bit as well. I thought they would be going out much earlier. BWNRX is still struggling to get in from the outside. So many teams just opting to go for those fights full face on. And I think BWNRX need to play around that a little bit better. For TTQ, again, another nice game where they just take that boldness we're so used to and just go straight for it. I much prefer this confident TTQ to the TTQ that was cowering a little bit. I think if you want to make insane plays, but you can back them up with good mechanical gameplay, I like that. I'd rather you did that than kind of sit back and just let other teams walk all over you.
Yeah, it's something that you can, hold your head a bit higher up, have a bit of dignity, try and get a bit of a backbone, see if that will help you out. We'll have to wait and see. In general, though, it was quite an interesting set of rotates. I think that Fireflux position you were talking about was the major deciding factor on that game, right? Paparazzi Supermassive went in for the fight. Both teams, well, Fireflux lost all of themselves. Paparazzi Supermassive weren't at full force after that engagement, which was unfortunate. But meant that really strong position wasn't fully manned, right? S2G weren't committing to take it either, and they did start to lose players on the outside. As we take a look at this final blow, you can see it is 1 Molotov, 4 nades for Razy. This first nade was so important for the roll-up for Kairos. If he lands this, Razy goes down, and there's no two ways about it. That Molotov to the door, I mean, yeah, there's nothing that you can do as Kairos. You just have to go down or try and win the fight.
Yeah, it's a hard one to go for, but it is the MVP coming through, and it is Icy with 8 eliminations, 1,000 damage. I think he was able to pick up some of those elims across towards TTQ in the end, so happy days for him going forward. And I think for Icy, he was able to do a huge amount for S2G that entire time.
Yeah, 1,007 damage. Nice and strong performance coming through for S2G. They were one of the teams, I think, that was able to get up to double-digit elims, if I'm not mistaken. I have to wait and see for the match stats, though, as we'll see that there. But 8 elims, you expect that the rest of the team was able to do a little bit as well. So double digits looking pretty likely for S2G.
Pretty likely indeed. I think S2G is going to force themselves further to the tables. They don't want to fall behind Regnum Carya, at least. And Icy might have just been able to sort that out for them. Most grenades did go through to Savian, but at 1,200 damage on that game for him, for Fenerbahçe, doing a massive amount of work for them. So they didn't just sit back and relax. They were certainly dishing out the damage where it counted, John. Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in Fireflux that game. A little bit disappointed, but a very difficult portion of the map to play. So open.
Yeah, they do end their match. I believe they were on 25 points on their metric after that match. So not out of danger, to be honest. Fireflux really struggling at the moment, and as indicated by that game, they have not really had the power to push on through that they would have liked. But we're heading on over to the match stats here. You can see it was just a two-player effort. You were saying that 1-1 was held for so long. But there you go. It's really nothing doing from Simple Domac and Solke this time around. It is a two-horse show.
Yeah, they went out fairly early, and I think Razy and Savian just made the good call to go for that 1-1 and just hold out towards that high ground the entire time. It was lovely work. It was good work. And I think Fenerbahçe, if they are Simple Domac and Solke, it definitely should be even a pat on the back to the two players there in Savian and Razy. They massively carried the show towards the end there for them. Let's take a look at the replays from this game. For Symphony early on over towards Black Esports. Looked like it got a little bit hairy, but they were able to get themselves out of that one looking fairly clean off the back of it, and TTQ got further into that one. Is Bra up against Fenerbahçe? Simple Domac just leaves the entire clip into the enemy team. I would find quite too much profit though.
That fight for BWNRX as well that we just saw one little moment of, it really didn't go well for them. I mean, Zedwolf did put in a valiant effort and did end up being what caused the Boars to fall, but he didn't get the points for it, he didn't get that credit, really didn't get the value that BWNRX are looking for to try and keep themselves safe. So I'm not sure, but again, it's just not quite there for me, BWNRX. It's not as cohesive as it needs to be.
That play in particular is a bit of a weird one, because it's where Boars took so long to make that decision to go down towards the south side that I actually don't think it was BWNRX's fault. There's a lot of these moments where if you are BWNRX and you take that position on the map, you've just concluded a fight, you're looking to move now. Like, why is Boars taking that fight during the circle being pushed in? It's mutually assured destruction there in that instance. I know it's not malicious towards BWNRX, but because Boars waited so long, that was like a Hail Mary approach for them. I thought, let's just go south. Like, instead of maybe we should play on the north side and try and work with some of the hard cover, as we are a four-man, and you just ruin the day of both of you. So I think what BWNRX was thinking in their minds is like, right, now we can just push round, we can try and push in, and they totally did not expect Boars to essentially come down and take both of them out at the same time. That was a wild play from them.
Yeah, that's fair. A little bit of a wild boar action coming on through to see that one go down for both of them. But here you go, 20 points for first place, 18 points for Thunder Talk, and 16 points for S2G. There's those 3 double-digit elim teams, and you can see the symptom of that on the back page as well, with the low points earned, the low elim counts across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Bra, Beşiktaş, two teams that are falling further and further down into the murk at the moment, and not really a likely possibility to drag themselves back out of it as we're getting towards that halfway point in the knockout stage. But Fenerbahçe, they find themselves up towards 67 points. And I am super pleased to see that. Very, very pleased to see that. Because I've been desperately wanting this team to do much, much better throughout the entirety of the league stage. They are a strong team. They have good players across the board. And I'm glad to see them now showing their worth here in the knockout stage.
Yeah, 67 points. They're looking fairly safe. So as most of these top 5 teams as well, to already be over that boundary that we're expecting. The big thing here again is Regnum Carya have an extra match to play against Fenerbahçe. They're 5 points behind, but right now they sit, both of these two teams sit, well, hang on a minute. No, it's just Regnum Carya that sits over a 10-point average. So if they could do that again, right? They're on 72 effective in terms of those average projections. So for Fenerbahçe, they are not really comfortably atop the pile, but they are still pretty happy to be there for the time being. We'll see what happens once Regnum Carya equalizes on the day's matches. S2G, they were able to put up a huge count in that last match, and they again in that conversation. Thunder Talk with 6 also towards the top, but let's head over to our back page.
There it is. Bra, Beşiktaş, BX, and Guild. Hasn't changed too much. Root get ahead by 4 points, like you were saying. That is an important 4 points for them. I don't think they could ride off the back of that. Flux with a central spot, though, going down early is terrible news for them with 25 points. They definitely need to be doing so much more. And it's just not the case here. For them, which I'm not too happy about at the moment. I think that Flux could certainly be doing more off the back of it. K wouldn't have been able to translate that similar play style to TTQ either, or towards the top of the tables.
Let's take a look at a head-to-head between Zedwolf and IC2. Forces to be reckoned with here, and I think both of them have actually played in the same number of matches, which just goes to show you what Zedwolf has been able to do. For S2G, they're like half an hour behind on survival time, which in my estimation doesn't really track. So I'm wondering what's going on there.
They're not half an hour behind on survival time. It's just that Icy is half an hour behind on survival.
Okay.
Yeah. So that would make sense, right? Zedwolf is getting a lot further into the game. If you put BRX versus S2G head to head, like as teams, the survival time would be way higher on the side of S2G. It's just that Zedwolf is the complete opposite. They're both like very good in terms of damage, in terms of elimination capability. But yeah, Zedwolf is just getting BRX late into these matches at the moment.
Yeah, kind of on his own as well. It's something we have been talking about. We've been covering that quite a lot. So nice to see it compared to IC and S2G in the top three, right? It's Regnum, Carya, S2G, as well as Fenerbahçe, which all rhymes. Quite satisfying.
It does.
Yeah. Except for Regnum, Carya.
Yeah, that one doesn't work out so well.
IC, S2G, and Fenerbahçe all rhyme. And that's what's good about it.
Yes, correct. You are right there, John. Well, let's head to a quick break and we'll be back with Sanhok, and then we'll finish things off with Erangel. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. We are going to be getting into Sanhok very shortly for our fourth match of the day. We have got another go around the jungle this time around. Of course, we're changing up the order of the maps day on day so that every group has the same number of each map played, just to make the beg your pardon. Just to make everything nice and fair. As we head in, Fenerbahçe currently still have the lead. They are in first place, but it is tenuous. They have a couple of players, a couple of teams biting at their heels, and there will be certainly a reckoning for those top spots, but also for the bottom spots, as it is still very, very closely fought down there towards the lower ends.
Is it?
Between about 4 teams, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I personally think that our bottom 4 is somewhat locked, like a little bit locked.
Okay.
Unless something majorly changes. But right now, we haven't seen many signs of life on the bottom of the table. I think right now there's a much fiercer battle at that top side of the table, like you were saying, where teams are desperately trying to get ahead, trying to get access to that big old prize pool here in our knockout stage. And not quite as large as our finals, but it's still relevant. Still definitely relevant.
Certainly is, as we are going to be heading into game very, very quickly. We're not going to be hanging around this time, blank. We're going into Sanhok nice and fast. And the plane's already here. Goodness me. Look at that speed. Look at that pace. If only Guild had some of that.
Absolutely. Guild need that kind of pace. They need to get towards that top side. And quickly, but they just really haven't had all that much to show for here. You can see them up towards that north side of our map with the BX brothers, who are similarly in a frightening position on the tables. Rush shots coming through, but I think that might be... Oh, there is actually a little bit of a fight going on here.
Okay.
Fenerbahçe?
I think it's Bra and Fenerbahçe down in Camp Charlie.
Okay. I mean, both teams diverted on top of one another. Sticky bomb goes off. Not a lot of damage done off the back of it, though. And currently, a little bit of a terrifying fight, because Fenerbahçe were fighting out for that #1 spot, remember?
Yeah, and they could try and keep this one going, but Bra, they're fighting for the bottom spot. So, 2 fights. One for survival, one for glory. Bra looking to try and outlast here. Circle goes over towards the trifecta, which we kind of haven't seen too much of. There's another fight popping off as well, by the way. I think that's Regnum, Carya, and Falcons with a little bit of a argy-bargy, a little outpost there. Yeah, Navallo gets found on the off angle.
Falcons need to get points on this game, 100%. A lot of their points are just coming through on the Sanhoks and not on the Erangels, and we've got one coming up after this, but already losing a player. Not good. Not good at all.
Soul Kate. In the staircase, pushed back by a nade. Doesn't go down, but does tag him damage. A lack of helmets distinctly on a lot of these players, but I think I caught a level 3. There's a level 2 there on Razy. Armor and helmet's a really high value commodity right now. Simple Domac goes up to the top floor, hits the deck. As we hop over to Thunder Talk, who's been spotted by Mimodal. Striker maybe in danger, but not enough ammo really for me to think that to be super worried, and only has the iron sights, so Striker should be safe. Hang on a minute. It's getting hairy. No, just a little tickle. Nothing much more than that. You don't expect that one to be going through. The rest of Rook are so far away here. They're over towards Camp Bravo. It's about, what's that, 600 meters away, so can't really commit to a full fight. You know that your opponents are going to flank you if you stay there too long. It's a bad time.
Yeah, I would think you see a lot of recall to it. It's very hard. So you can go for some of those iron sight plays. It's also not one of the most egregious iron sights in the game either. You can hit some nice shots. Have we crashed the car to the point where it's not getting out? I think they have sandwiched it.
Oh no, that's a real bad time. That is unfriendly, not conducive. Bruh. Holding the corners. Fenerbahçe still next to each other. Ooh. 20 just tried to nade the car out of that wedge and naded his teammate, I think.
Oh,
that's really bad. Come on. Come on, Rook. They should get that res fairly free, but that's not what you want to be doing.
Now, you got to clear the area first. All the time. And shout clear the area as well. I don't know if they even dislodged the vehicle either, so...
I think he was just in the vehicle,
worse
so
news.
Moved it. Did he move it? Oh, I don't know. I certainly moving though.
Interesting.
Quite a fair lick here for K1. They're pulling the Thunder Talk maneuver, and it's worked.
Yeah, just send in somewhere.
It's the same compound. Notably, Black Esports not holding 2 and 2 though.
Yeah, they pull it back slightly, which is good news. TTQ might go for something similar down towards that southeast side. I think that he might have a better idea of what's going on in that area now, considering they did just see that K1 Raz passed and was like, we're going to get that spot for you. Thank you very much. Black Esports aren't defending it, so we'll have it.
S2G under pressure here as they try and roll up the compound. S2G with Papara Supermassive Papara Supermassive in their sights. And S2G have managed to make the cross, but they're at super low HP, need to get a little bit of healing done before they can go full force into this engagement. Tron up on high has a big angle here to control the right-hand side of this rock as Icy looks at it. See Hamzy will start to step out. Nice nade. Azel caught on the cross, tries to get out to an off angle and will be punished for it. Papara Supermassive in danger now as S2G bear down upon them.
Yeah, it's a good nade coming through from Icy, and he's been pretty clutch with it all to date. Azel's forced out, and he will finish him off. He continues to toss those nades, but I think for this point in time, S2G needs to start thinking about moving up, taking a little bit more space. And rolling up around the side of that rock, looking for a flex out angle. From Icy. Close over towards Lost, but no damage tickled.
Doesn't come through just yet. Papara Supermassive not in position to do so. Nades forward. They breach and clear first shack. On the door frame, though, on the outside, there's a little bit of danger. Remember, Tron up on that high ground is a little bit isolated from this fight, so if S2G can isolate these angles, it's good news. Icy's fallen, but look at Kelsey's spot. Up against Tron, he will be able to take these peaks, take these fights. Kamikaze looks for the challenge, and Kelsey is already on the deck. with a knock over to Ezel, potentially Rezable now. He's managed to get away with it. Kamikaze opens the door. Is he going to step in? Is he going to get too bold with it? No, just step back. Go for the res.
I don't hear the footsteps ringing around anymore. They should be thinking about how res is coming through. Could be a nice nade at the front, but I don't know if the door was closed or not. Ezel is now back up.
Ooh, spotted on the cross. Nade up on high. Tags damage to the roof, but not to Ezel, who would have gone down to it. Pretty much anything. A stiff breeze would have done it. Kalsi still trying to hold this off angle, but has moved around. Look at this maneuver from Kalsi. They're waiting. S2G are allowing him to get into position. He's worried about Tron, but Tron has also flexed out. He's read this well.
S2G, this is just not working out the way they want it to. Here versus Opera Supermassive. Sarah runs up towards the back line. Good play from Icy, though. A slight overextension. He takes advantage.
Ezel claps back to Kalsi. That's their off angle. Tron should be able to sweep that one away, confirm that point, but we'll have to wait and see. The circle goes up north. So imagine that these players on S2G, on Supermassive, are going to have neighbors fairly soon. All of those teams like K1, they're already moving. Could third party this?
TTQ taking shots over towards Regnum Carya. Getting sandwiched between Carya. But a good roll-up, honestly, from Regnum Carya. It's a crazy one. They're able to find one on the pass, but Toshbik will be falling for that. It's now just the two players there for Regnum Carya.
Oh, the spread on that Molotov. Surely that tags him. Well, he's penned into the corner, and that's going to be an easy hop out. Tron now from the high ground, still on that off angle. Papara Supermassive have taken all they can bear, and it is them eliminated in 16th place. 1 point found. S2G have lost 1, but they'll carry on as 3, and what a time to be able to conclude this as well. Without K1 jumping in for a third party, they needed a little bit of time to get this one off the ground, to get rotating into the future.
Yeah, told you. Papara Supermassive, very good team. They able to hold off for that long versus S2G is very impressive, considering the reputation S2G currently has and how well they've been doing overall in a lot of our lobbies. Very, very impressive stuff. Get towards that 10-minute mark. So here on Sanhok, 10 minutes around about halfway, honestly. Teams need to start thinking about securing a location, though this is an awkward circle. A little bit of Confluence Compound fit in, and a lot of that Northwest Island. So this could shift over towards the western side if teams get unlucky.
Spray down from Solke at range. Connects a lot there onto Quantum, but doesn't quite find that knock. Just a little bit closer. One more round would have done it, but not to be this time around. Fenerbahçe keeping things going. They are at the back of the queue on the south side here, Blank. They were in the fight earlier, right? In Camp Charlie with Bra. So they've both of these teams have managed to keep all of their players alive and get out a location. It's quite impressive. Loxy, not so lucky. Not this time around. Wild wants to find Nico with the nade. Is looking for the cook. Knows that the Rocky's on. We'll try and head it on over. Nico should avoid the majority of that damage. Sends a second follow-up, but now knows he needs to pull out the shotgun if he wants to try and play this one. Wild misses the first. And it is going to be Nico to claim that victory there. Regnum Carya down and out.
Yeah, while the Nico actually finds that shot, I don't think he was even in the sight line of him. Curving bullets around the tree there. Carya on that south side of Boot Camp. Boot Camp being a focal location of the map.
Finding Simple Domac and the flush. For Carya, they're controlling this south boot camp hill. They want to keep it under control. Poser has gone down, so playing as 3 limits their capability to do so, but slowly taking their pound of flesh out of the teams that creep up. That is an excellent start. Ooh, okay. Circle over to the Northwest Island. Blank Guild held ground on that Confluence compound, and that may pay out for them.
I think it's going to pay out big time for BRX Brothers, honestly, if we're looking at anyone here. I said that it would be a horrible circle if we went over towards the western side, and it certainly does, and now teams will have to make some very, very silly movements to get over towards the position of the map. S2G moves very quickly over towards that northwest side, looking to cross over the bridge over towards Hattin. Most teams will have already made that crossing, so they make the gamble, they make the risk.
Tried to scout out the location on the rotate, but Guild actually flexed out to the west side, so only 2 players now left on the Falcons. They were playing all the way down south in Sami still, as they generally do. Kind of expect it. Guild flexed out the same direction, and it will be a conflict of interest there as they try and cross the river at the same time. IDA also have presence to the south, but you're right, S2G with a really rapid rotate up north side with their 2 players could pay out well. Guild still holding face on the river crossing.
Yeah, so it's slightly late. Slightly late for S2G. Drop down just to the 2 here. A lot of the teams will suffer similarly. We already cut out quite a few teams on the south side. TTQ and Black need to get a move on. I was curious about what K1 would be doing, and they're already crossing over the shallows on the northwest edge of boot camp. I'm surprised Black Esports haven't had anything to say about this yet. Rook now up against Fireflux.
Close range, Matcap flushed. Rook have got all 4 of their players alive, and both Fireflux and Rook, I mean, they're in 15th and 16th on the tables. It's on a dead heat, so getting away from one another would be excellent. Excellent to find, and it's lost to catch. Another knock, another flush coming on in. They try and run it down, but the bullets find their way quicker than the bonnet. Now it's over to Scarface. It feels like Fireflux are just lying down here and waiting to be discovered and not taking the initiative. Solus doesn't have an impact at all. He's out of there.
Tough for Fireflux, man. You expect a lot more out of them. Now just down to 1 player. Very, very difficult stuff. BRX Brothers in that central location. IDA as well, starting in Camp Alpha. They'll play on the northwest mountain, which is good for them. But there is this drop-off that will have to come down eventually. We'll see how they do play that out.
Aaron scouting out on the high ground. IDA and their control over the mountain is going to be pretty important in this circle. If the circle does continue to shift out west, it doesn't. Okay, that's interesting. IDA now have to figure out how to get off of this hillside, and they could potentially leverage the control that they found. But it looks like the Falcons have actually managed to. How do they get there? I mean, they go all the way around the outside, and Falcons are looking to crash. Where are they going though? Like, what's the plan? Like, where are they trying to get to? That's crazy.
Hello. Bye.
Hello? Oh, you're back. I was wondering where you'd gone. I was just talking about the Falcons sending in with a bit of a wild rotate. From that north side. They send through, they lose SnowX, Koa. Trying to get somewhere. I don't actually know where he's landed, but he is alive. I think he's just in a tiny little building, all on his own.
Yeah, it's the only place he could realistically go to. And the Falcons needed more points off this, if you remember correctly. I don't think they're going to find too much. Circle heads over towards the west, then back shifts over towards the east on that riverside. It's a really horrible circle to play, honestly. Black Esports just need to control these crossings, though. They've set themselves up to do it. BRX Brothers and IDA not likely to move. Guild's going to hold out on this south side. Or you'd hope they would.
What just happened? Default fading all of the bullets there, and then Swash is like, yeah, come on, let me do it. Let me handle it. Immediate flush.
Yeah, I don't know why Default was down here in the first place, honestly. The rest of Guild's in a good spot. That should be S2G out. Yeah, Tarkin's got an incredible position on the high ground here.
And they've got control of the compound beneath them as well. For IDA, their transition is basically done off of this mountaintop. So just leaving Tarkin up there for the time being. You're happy to do it. Happy to do it. Fenerbahçe trying to cross the river, but again, it's fairly late. Rook going for a swim, but instead they're getting dunked on. as they are now down to just 2 players. 4 elims found on the match. A lot of those teams towards the bottom end of the tables are looking pretty thin on the ground in terms of their player numbers. It's really looking dire, but you're right on the BX brothers. It should be a good game for them. The question is, how much can they extract from it? How many points can they get from it?
He's getting close quite a bit. Right now, Bra is continuing to damage over towards Guild when we expected Guild to have a much stronger hold on this south side. I need those points off the back of them. They do get 5 elims on this match, which is fairly decent, but it only takes them up to 11 points. They're still 6 points behind 19th place. Black Esports finding Lux from Flux, and that will be them down and out. I think Black Esports have set themselves up nicely here, actually.
They've got a decent chunk, right? That 2-2 split, one side of the river and the other. They'll have a good time, but the circle pushes south. So BX Brothers are actually going to have to move now.
You're right. They have to get further down towards that south side, but they do want to try and milk this position for everything it's worth in terms of elimination points. Especially considering BX Brothers are on 19th place, but Lord Cedric finding Ramio. Very bad news for them.
That's a real poor start, but they do manage to trade it back, and it was a full flush, in fact, coming on through. But Lord Cedric is flushed in response. They're trying to have an impact from the far side, and Lux will do just that. Surd will fall. BX Brothers struggling on their rollout. They have got 2 players standing, but they're looking a little bit worse for wear. Fenerbahçe, meantime, backstop on this position. Thundertalk trying to keep themselves together. And on this coastline, they do have a little bit of a chance to make their way on through. They've gone for a bit of a swim, and they've managed to make landfall.
TTQ, Symphony. Taking some shots. BX Brothers. This is a move they could have made a lot earlier. Again, for the BX Brothers, I don't see them doing anything massive. They had the central zone on a crazy hard shift over towards the western side. They can't do anything here. They can't do anything over towards Sosnovka. What's the chance of anything changing in the future, John? Realistically.
Yeah, I think you're right. It may be DOA for their performance on this game. I'm looking at IDA. This is the thing that can change this map, right? Aussie is suppressing their angle, and Koa is looking out their way. You can see for the Falcons, that is a different team. There might be similar colors on the minimap, but it is a different team. The Falcons still have their Lone Ranger up on the northwest side. And if IDA gets suppressed for long enough, it's going to make things tougher. With the circle shifting away from them, they do have to move. It's all up to Aussie as to whether Koa dies here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, also IDA can just roll up on that position. Popping a Molotov in, pop a nade in. But it looks like they're going to wrap round over towards Aussie. I like this maneuver from IDA. They lock onto the solo. A good air burst with some damage. And he has to look for the first aid kit now.
They aren't fully committing, though. They're not getting overzealous here. They know there's going to be at least one player on the backup trying to look for it. Instead, a little bit of a wide flex out here. So playing 2 and 2, they're splitting the attention. As Aussie lights them up for 1, finds Eren as well. Oh, 2 players down. They split 2 and 2, but now half of their troops are down and in danger. Is Septimus going to be here in time to try and back it up? I don't know. Rita goes down. Aussie, oh my goodness me. He holds 1 versus 4 against IDA. Aussie made a steal here. The Prince of Darkness reigns supreme.
It's a good play. I mean, backed up by Koa as well, who's doing a huge amount of damage during the entirety of that fight. Aussie throwed a bone after the first 2 elims that came through. Very nice stuff. And now up to 10 elims on side, but it's TTQ looking to put them down. Septimus was playing on the island. You just got Aussie remaining now. The 5 elims in pocket. Guild alive still. Wow. How'd it happen? Did they make themselves out of this location? That is the question. Koa, though, this is a big inning for him.
That's nasty. Guild take a knock to the zone. They are going to get pushed in. Last player now standing. 3 players for Thundertalk to try and go across. Koa is still alive, as Guild do lose their player to a flush on the blue zone. Falcons, again, with a solo. So Thunder Talk now, with the presence to try and make it happen.
Aussie gets Koa out of all of that. Only a 4th place fan for Koa. Really much would rather to have a 3rd place. Now just 1 player remaining in Aussie. 1v3. We saw it versus the boys in IDA, but highly unlikely happen here versus TTQ. They have his number.
Nico up first. He's still got the auto shotty, going for the reload. He knows he's there. Looks for the connection. Good for 1. No, not even that. Will not be able to find the first. So TTQ close us down. But Aussie changed the game there at the end blank. IDA, by rights, should have found that match. That should have been theirs to win, but a massive fumble against a solo player.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 2 solos, right? Because Koa had done a huge amount of damage on the side swipe. Aussie's able to finish up a little bit. I think Koa was able to snatch away one of the elims. But good job actually holding versus 1v2. But it just was that side swipe from Koa that kind of makes that fight so difficult for IDA. Aussie salutes him off in the distance for supporting him in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, goodness me. That was pretty nutty, though, to have that sort of an impact. Thunder Talk would have been dead to rights. IDA should have been able to spread out on that northern side, gotten rid of Koa. It should have been fairly easy, right? It should have been by the book for them. And IDA will be kicking themselves for that, because not only that, I think they go down in like 5th instead of even getting a 2nd place, right? Which is a pretty big points drop-off. However, IDA probably all right in terms of the overall points scoring. I think it is... big news for Black Esports as well, because that was a huge elim count that they found and a 2nd place to try and contest up towards actually the top of the tables with Fenerbahçe, Regnum Carya with S2G. It could be Black Esports on the top spot.
Yeah, Black Esports could be really rocketing up the leaderboard off the back of that one. I think for Regnum Carya, they could have done a lot better in that game. TTQ, once again, are able to feed the hot hand and get themselves towards a better position inside that circle. There is a concern for me, though, like with BX Brothers just not getting too much done off of a hard shift over towards their location. Same with Guild. I'm just sputtering out there to the end. IDA is still making some common mistakes, still making some moves that I don't like. I think they have a lot to learn, but they have a big room for growth on that team.
Yeah, it's something that can definitely improve, and we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. Let's take a look again at those final moments where Aussie was trying to heal up with just the bandies left. Really nothing to do. He'd already proven himself on that match. So 11 elims and a chicken dinner for Thunder Talk is going to feel pretty good as well, right? To secure yourself towards the top side of the tables. I was talking about how Black Esports could throw themselves pretty high up on the tables, but I think Thunder Talk on that match also will have been able to put themselves in that conversation.
Thunder Talk's done quite well so far. Again, it's just a lot of these bold plays that are coming back to assist them. I think Sanhok is certainly the place for those bold plays. So they're getting a lot off the back of that. So well done to them. It has been a lot more of Kairos lighting up today too, instead of just Nico. So there is just more than that one player who's popping off on that squad. I think that's a very, very good sign for the team all round. But yeah, excited to see the match standings as well as the overalls shortly to see exactly where things lie as we head in towards our final match of the day.
Yeah, that is going to be where we stand. We've got another Erangel up after this. So we're going to see Falcons and Papara Supermassive both dropping on one another again, unless the Falcons heed your advice. You think that they should leave. Maybe they're thinking a little bit more long-term, and maybe that's a mistake. But we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be what happens. Because at this point, Falcons now are in danger of elimination. Fortunately, the teams towards the bottom of the tables aren't actually moving too much. It has to be said. They haven't really been able to make too many maneuvers. You've got BRA, you've got Rook, you've got BX Brothers, you've got Guild. All of these teams sort of not really finding their feet here. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to mean that Falcons are in danger, or are we going to see like a 30-point bubble and no one's really going to push that far?
Absolutely. I think that there's just quite a few teams down towards the bottom of the tables who aren't doing a lot. And there's just a very clear difference between like the bottom 10 and the top 10 right now. And you can really just cut the lobby down the middle in terms of who's doing well and who's not. It is somewhat unfortunate, especially going towards the finals, but we will be cutting away at least the bottom 4 of that, bottom 10, and we'll still get a fantastic finals off the back of this one. I'm absolutely certain of it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we are sort of looking at the teams that we were kind of expecting based on the league stage to be in this conversation, right? I think that the big standout, it's certainly in terms of performance, has been Black Esports, right? Certainly today, they have been sort of on another level. They've been revitalized and performing really, really well, especially like Lord Cedric and now Ozzy in that previous match. It feels like they have done an incredible amount of work overnight. They were 20th place. They were a bubble team, right, from league stage. So the fact that they've taken that in stride and pushed so hard today has been great. They even learned their lesson and didn't go for that 2-2 split on boot camp on that position, which ended up obviously playing very, very well for them. Maybe small differences in the circle as to why they didn't do that. But either way, it seems like this is a team that is willing to learn. And I think that's a massive, massive credit to them.
Yep. There is plenty of teams out there who have done a lot of learning as well during this entire tournament. And I think that it's important to remember that we do have a lot of up-and-coming squads. And we also have a huge amount of super massively renowned teams here where it's tough. It's tough for a lot of these teams to stand out where you have so many incredible players on side. And one of those incredible players who is on the rise at the moment, it is Nico. Coming through from Thunder Talks, getting a little bit of that groove back under the belt there with 862 damage, 7 elims on the game. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Although, you know what? I'm disagreeing with the MVP. It's definitely Ozzy, right? Like, it has to be. In terms of the impact that he had for Black Esports' point scoring that match, he did so much. Even though Nico obviously was getting these frags, right? They were pushing in towards the edge. It didn't need to be as decisively playmaking. And I think that for me, Ozzy's my MVP. Maybe not on the stats, but certainly in my heart.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, to be honest with you, I would agree with you in terms of Ozzy being the MVP. I mean, of the team who won the chicken dinner, absolutely Nico with 70 limbs, 800 damage. That's incredible stuff. But yeah, Ozzy came through clutch there. He is still doing the lion's share of the work. That's not to say that Symphony didn't have a massive game there as well. 907 damage. Fantastic. I think if I was to give it MVP, I'd give it across to Symphony. The amount of damage he's able to do, the amount of knockouts he's able to get. I think that as not the front line of the team, but instead of a player who is able to anchor at the back, he gets a lot of work done.
Yeah, that guy is on a tear on this match, certainly. You can see 907 damage, outstripping Nico just a little bit there, and the same number of knockouts as well. Nico just getting credit for a couple more than they actually earned. So must have been a couple of elim steals there, actually, from Nico. As we take a look at our replays, you can see that S2G, Pepper, Supermassive had this long, protracted fight. It was very fortunate that there wasn't any third parties here. I felt like it was doomed to be third parties as soon as that circle shifted up towards the north, but they just managed to conclude it before that, so credit to them. Well done.
S2G trying to make the rollout there. It could have been a different story. I think they made a very quick rotate over towards that northwest side, John. Which wasn't meant to be in the end. Here's Guild with a pretty lackluster game, in my opinion. It's just all a bit slow from Guild, really. Same could be said for BX Brothers.
Ozzy on this incredible hold. I'm unfortunate we didn't get to see final blows on that, but yeah, managed to pick up a 6th elim on the game. Felt like he nearly got Nico down as well, but the MG3 just too much to handle. 21 points for Thunder Talk, but Black Esports on 17 as well. Real good stuff.
Yeah, almost getting on board. I mean, Guild end the game with 6 elims, 5 points. It's not the end of the world. Falcons also in 4th place, but only 6 points. So a lot of the points did get sucked up, vacuumed by the top of the lobby here across several different teams, which leaves everyone in a similar position. The only really big winners there here were TTQ as well as Black, and I suppose you can say Guild with the 11 points on board. But yeah, no real losers either. No one ended the game on 0 points.
There you go. Everybody gets a little piece. Everybody gets a little piece. And on mad dash circles like that, you kind of expect that. of course, that hard shift was crazy. Fenerbahçe tied now with Black Esports. The tiebreaker is placements. They've both got 2 chicken dinners on 71 points apiece there. Goodness me. Fenerbahçe now has competition waiting in the wings. And Thunder Talk, 68 points with an extra match to play.
Yeah, they've got more to do here. 68 points total. Fenerbahçe tied at the moment, just off placement points with Black Esports with 71. 2 chicken dinners apiece as well, by the way. So it is literally just those placement points keeping them ahead. S2G at 64, so falling behind slightly. And Regnum Carya at 63. So I would say from 1st to 6th place, 100% guaranteed going through to the finals so far. FUT's just got a little bit more work to do, as does BWNRX. As we head down the table, Falcons, tomorrow's got to be a big day. This next Erangel has got to be a big change.
Yeah, it certainly does, because they will be facing off against Papara Supermassive, who again will hot drop them if they have the opportunity. Taking a look at the lower end of the tables, though, you can see BRA sat on that bubble, 1 point behind Flux right now, 3 points behind Rook on 28 there, and BX Brothers starting to lag. So are Beşiktaş and Guild, well, continuing to lag. Although Guild has picked up their feet a little bit. In that last Sanhok, they got some elims, they got a point or 2 here or there, but still really far behind. Not a good place to be, and they do need to change something, because they have now, they are just on the doorstep of completing 2/3 of their matches, and it is not good enough to see yourself into those finals if you're going to sit and play on 20th place like that.
Absolutely not. You do need to take matters into your own hands now. Even Guild getting, like you said, 11 points. Hasn't even got themselves out the big danger zone, which is 20th place. Beşiktaş falling down once again, and BX Brothers are getting ahead. And Flux now dangerously close to the edge at the moment. Just 6 feet away, actually. But this could be a very, very problematic area for Flux. If Flux go out of the knockout stage, I think it will be an outrageous result for them.
Taking a look at the top snipers there. Darkin, 390. Currently top of the tables, although we did have a 400 in league stage, so you know what? I'm not even that impressed, Darkin. That's fine. Whatever.
It is what it is. It is what it is. 390. If you don't have the 400, we don't care. Emre with 375, Poser with 375. It's just twinning up here at the moment. And Loxy getting the 356. It is curious that, we have 2 players from IDA in the sniper category, and I think possibly off the back of that last game, they were getting those massive shots from distance.
I mean, yeah, they were playing up on the high ground, right? Especially Darkin, so that may be where he was able to get his, playing up on that mountaintop, able to see everybody just trying to cross in, get anywhere near, doing a lot of good work there. And unfortunately, when you're sniping, you don't have a lot of close range control, and maybe they could have done a little bit more. With a little bit more of that in their little scuffle up the north side with a solo player.
Yep.
That did get interrupted, but yeah, try not to snipe in those close range scenarios. Maybe it would have gone better. Who knows?
Yeah, I think they had shotguns, but Aussie was just a little bit quicker.
Could have fooled me.
On it.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah, definitely. And then Koa decided he wanted to get in the solo brawl action towards the end of it. And that was the real kicker in the teeth, basically, in those last moments for him. Check out the INFINIX GT 30 Pro. Very cool phone. That's going to be with us all the way to the road to the Esports World Cup. And in the meantime, we're going to head to a break, and we will see you back here for the last match. See you soon.
With one more match left to play, we are going to be going headlong, both feet first, into Erangel as we load everybody up, get them ready. We are going to be heading on through. The last match today, everyone will have finished 2/3 of their games, everyone on 8 matches played. It will be all to fight for, as the teams at the bottom are really, really underperforming what happened in the league stage. They have not been able to step up to the mark. We're also keeping our eyes fixed at the top of the tables, where it feels like we could have an unexpected leader going into those finals if things keep going the way they are.
Absolutely. We could have an unexpected leader. I think there is quite a few teams who are just raging towards the top side of the lobby right now, looking for more and more points in the back pocket. At the moment, it's looking very, very good. We are heading in towards our next game very, very shortly over on Erangel. We are not finishing on Miramar today. We have a slightly different setup tomorrow as well, where we will be playing Miramar to Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and then finishing on Sanhok on the knockout stage, which is a wild map to finish off on as well. Sanhok, I remember the days of 2023 when we'd finish off on Sanhoks, and it was some crazy performances. So everything can change on that map, and it will be extremely stressful for our teams in the bottom 4.
Oh yeah, that's what we're here for, to put our teams through stress. That's our main goal here at the PMSL. If they're not stressed, then we haven't done our jobs, quite frankly. So
exactly,
hopefully we'll be able to maintain those cortisol levels nice and high amongst the players. We are going to be heading on in and see just how stressed we can make them for our final match of the day. It's match number 5, day 2 on Erangel. Playing path from the southeast side, from near Novo up towards, what is that, North George? Maybe even Stalber, actually, over in the northwest. Sorry, not Zaki.
Indeed. But we're heading over to Sosnovka to start off with. I don't think this is a terrible playing path for most of our teams inside the lobby. It's a decent positioning for most players to get where they want. So I don't think this is too difficult for all of our teams. BX Brothers getting out nice and early over towards Sosnovka as per usual. But there is just that one fight that we are most interested in here, John.
Yes. It's right in the middle of the map. It seems to be happening every game, and there are plenty of players who are really unhappy about it, specifically 4 of them, all of the Falcons, and they are going to go for it once again. So, as expected, no diversion from that. It looks like I'm looking at the military base as well, and no, they've made this drop before. Could potentially be a problem if BWNRX opt to hold Ferry Pier on a split. We've seen them do that before. But we'll have to wait and see. Because S2G not in this one, Primorsk unoccupied. I wouldn't be too surprised to see BWNRX try and hold these military island players out. They will have seen a lot of drops popping out the plane early on. Meanwhile, in Pachinki, it's Papara Supermassive. It's Falcons. They're fighting once again.
Yeah, again, like I said, it's a fight where I don't think either team is going to pull off from that location. I think they're going to remain there the entirety of the tournament. Nothing's going to change. This is what we're going to see every single time. It's up to Falcons to figure something out. Redox out, Snowix in for a little bit today. Koa's still playing. Being a mainstay on the team at the moment.
Trying a different permutation maybe on these hot drops could actually play well for them. I mean, if Snowix is going to make it work, that is a little bit of a change, so maybe a chance here. Is Snowix just better in these close-range situations? We'll have to wait and see. Tron, again, he loves being up on these high ground angles, being this oversight position, but he has been taken fairly low, which makes it a little bit more tough.
I think they're looking to go for something a little bit more passive this time around, at least. Snoix is much more of your backline member. Been saying it throughout the majority of the tournament. This guy's very reliable. You've got Koa as well as Narvalo as your frontliners. Snoix is going to hold it down. Just to back off, look for some more supplies. 2 nades as well, which is pretty important. A fight like this finally gets a helmet on board.
Can be pretty valuable, but it looks like they've left 1 player forwards. Narvalo just monitoring that line. The rest of them are actually taking a lot of time to loot here and regrouping on in. So could be a bit of danger there for Papara Supermassive. And the fact that the fight hasn't already concluded, that's good news for Falcons. They're exponentially increasing on their survival time here. Just good news.
That it is. BWNRX. Down towards Ferry Pier. They're going to head over towards that north side of the map. Because we do get our circle towards Georgia Paul. Around Everest. We had a few circles like that in the past where IDA have definitely had a good shot into these games, as of Regnum Carya. S2G has been pretty quick to the punch over towards Everest. Some good shots from Frozen over towards IDA, but not quite connecting.
Not connecting again. Frozen. IDA. Letting the vehicles take the brunt of the damage there. Frozen doesn't quite connect on anything that he's looking for. Neither do the rest of them either. Still yet to see the Elim feed pop up with Falcons or Papara Supermassive. So is this the Falcons just playing defense and waiting a little bit, playing a little bit passive and getting out of there on the vehicles rather than engaging on?
Yeah, I think what we saw from Falcons there was just a slight backup over towards Churchside. I think a lot of the players in the past, I think they felt like Papara Supermassive should have been a team that would roll over and essentially die in that location, but they just haven't been doing that. And because Falcons have just been trying to put the pressure on early and win off the base of mechanical skill, I think they misread Papara Supermassive, because I think the Papara Supermassive is actually a fairly good team, right? On similar caliber to Falcons at this point. Funnily enough, it's not something I thought I'd be saying during this knockout stage, but there you go. And I think the Falcons, they realized that possibly this is going to have to be a sharing issue.
Might have to be. BX Brothers, they found a knock over towards Rook. You have not yet got that res. It's being firmly defended as well by the BX Brothers, but there's a side swipe from a modal. So it's 1 for 1 right now. Ramio goes down, the modal nearly falls, but that flush should be nice and easy. Rook picking up a point, but BX Brothers taking one back. Not yet rezzed, but are both teams disengaging this? This feels weird. I'm not too sure what's going on here, Blank. Everybody keeps repositioning, and nobody seems to actually be doing anything.
BX Brothers taking a couple of shots over towards Rook. Getting locked out as well, and I think BX Brothers likely to go down here. Looney, last player alive for them. Able to find one Elim over towards Rook, but this is a quick hold off. And there was opportunity to head over towards the Eastern Bridge. I'm not sure why BX Brothers felt the need to go over west. Especially when you have to battle over towards BWNRX, if not Rook here.
There go the BX Brothers on their last match of the day. And going down to Rook is annoying as well, because they were a team that was close to the bubble. So that bolsters their numbers a little bit. They're up to 32 points now. Despite only having 3 players left, they will be okay with that for the time being. Beşiktaş over on the northern side of the meantime, so all the way on the other side of the map here, trying to get across shooting range hills and trying to get their little spot here. As the circle did head over to Everest, to George Pole, kept Zaki in as well, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of that northwest side of the map kept in. I think a lot of teams probably likely want to stick around towards the high grounds. They'll want to push themselves over towards Zaki and get yourself locked in, because there is only one path out of there, really. Unless you're going to go for the bridge plate. That was a hilarious kill over towards Spike. Yeah, popping around the corner. Quick shotgun shot to the head.
It's not what you want to see, is it? Turn a corner. The end of a shotgun. Pointed directly at your mug. That's a bad time. Guild trying to hold on, though, and they haven't lost it completely just yet. And K1 maybe struggling a bit more than they should. 2 players, 3 players down on the inside as Tree is lighting them up from the sidelines. Look at this off angle. This is massive coming on through. And Guild can get the res onto Spike. They can take care of K1 as they are fully split now across the way.
And back down towards the south side. Carya, as well as Flux, holding over towards Everest. An IDA over towards the west, who have learned their lesson. They used to take some very aggressive 2-2 splits around this area, now being a bit more consolidated, which I am a big fan of. I think that was a big weakness we saw from IDA in the past over towards this kind of circle. So they certainly have learned from previous mistakes. And a lot of that was capitalized on by S2G, who isn't in this game, but I'm glad that they're still taking up that precedent despite the main problem not being in the lobby. It will benefit them massively going into the finals.
Certainly will. Papara, supermassive blank. I'm looking at them on the map. They left south from Pachinki. And they're still going south. What are they doing?
Yeah, not sure. They're trying to wrap round west side to hospital.
But like, what?
I don't know.
That feels like a crazy play. Papara supermassive.
Couldn't tell you.
They got so confused because the Falcons didn't fight them. They were like,
how do we play now?
It's like when you...
What's our game plan?
It's like having a really strong magnet near, like, homing pigeons. They just get so confused and they just go the wrong way completely. I don't know if that actually happens. That just felt like the right thing to say.
Yes. Carya finding shots over towards BWRX, but I think that should be reasonable for them, at least. Guild over towards that northwest side, still just chilling, keeping things locked down. Is focusing over towards the Everest side and certainly the fields over towards Gatka, so open areas towards that end game. And TTQ coming in, gonna send it.
Where are they going to send it, though? I'm looking at Carya right now in that central location. I'm thinking if TTQ just sends it straight to one of those compounds, take it from them, that's the best play, right? Carya right now have a really good split.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in. 2 really strong compounds, a lot of options for you. Even head over towards Gatka if you need be. And both those compounds have capabilities of hiding vehicles, which are going to be really important towards the end game. Barsay moving in. Nihat already taking a bunch of damage. This is versus TTQ, who will be holding them out to begin.
Nades over the top. TTQ, they've had Nico sent down to his knees, but I'll have to get on pretty quickly. The circle goes up towards the north side. So Regnum Carya looking to hold the east side. Beşiktaş as well on the compound to the north of Everest could be a bit of a sticky point for teams like Guild, for teams like Boars as well. Could make things tricky. Immediately Carya sending up towards the top of the mountain as well. Swiftly followed by BWRX.
Good shot over towards Elvis. Very, very nice. Kairos on our screen, still pumping those bullets in, and Barsay does go down. 57 points. They've been cruising quite a bit. But again, Barsay's 100% safe going over towards the finals now. Falcons, Ralph heads forward. We'll try and scout it out, and oh no. It's actually versus Papara Supermassive. You must be joking.
That is crazy. Where did they go, by the way? They come back now. They just sent in. I'm so confused as to what Papara Supermassive were doing there. I mean, I guess they just wanted more loot. and they were like, we can survive, and then let's go ahead. They've just sent into the middle of this position between Falcons and Fireflux, just across the way. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? If you think about it from just a looting perspective, because half of Pachinki was picked through. The Falcons spent a long time making sure that happened. So perhaps they were just needing more supplies, and that's why they sent out into the blue. Kind of crazy, but it seems to have worked.
Yeah, I just don't believe it's like Paparazzi Supermassive have basically hunted down Falcons. Basically telling you can't get away from us.
This is the thing, though. How do you know where Falcons are going to go? Because they always die before they leave Pachinki.
They smelt it out. They knew. They knew what was on the cards.
Oh, yeah,
they could understand it. Currently 3 teams holding over towards Everest, by the way. You've got Carya, IDA, and Regnum Carya. You don't often get Everest circles either, but like, I genuinely am a little bit surprised we're getting another Everest circle. Most of the time, these circles go over towards one of the ruins compounds, over towards crates, but the fact that we've had 2 Everest circles this tournament in the space of 5 days is incredible.
Yeah, it's not been nice to a couple of our players either, but we'll have to make the most of it now. Circle closing, about 15 seconds, and we'll see where Stage 4 will take us. Thunder Talk, by the way, with the 4 points that they've earned, now in first place blank. They are at the top of the tables after clearing out the eastern side. Their fight with Barsay went well, and they're able to get everyone back up and healthy. Circle goes over to the east point of Everest and focusing on those Gatka fields on the north edge. So BWNRX pretty happy about this, as are Papara Supermassive, to be honest. Thunder Talk, though, they're going to send for it. Where are they going to go? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think right now they're okay in this spot. I mean, they can chill. Definitely chill. Fireflux above them, who really need points, by the way, will be hanging on to that spot. It's a good compound to hold out teams coming in through from that north side. But Everest being here does require everyone to make massive rotations round. The fact that FUT, as well as Guild, aren't moving right now or looking to escape the clutches of one another is very, very bad for their end game.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out how to get around. FUT down to 2 players alive. I mean, there's no way. There's no way. Default just easily picks that one up. Boken wants the shutdown, but have to go for a long-range challenge. In the meantime, IDA have... There they go. It's Thunder Talk. This is where they chose to send on in, except it's just Symphony. He does go down, but he's done a lot of damage. He's been an impact play. Will be the cost that they pay to enter the building. But now Striker, Kairos are up on in. Nico actually flexing out wide into the blue zone to try and find him, but Kairos goes down to a nade. IDA not going down without a fight here. 2 of their players still up and live and kicking. Nico sends in close now. Has a little bit more impact. Can go for those shots. Go for that shutdown. A nade over the top looks good, but doesn't quite tag. Bounces back, and that one is good though from the sidelines. IDA with 2 players keep a hold of the building for just a moment longer. Send another one out through the building with another nade there. Kairos is low.
That's plenty of damage. Over towards the 2 players behind. They send the nade forward. He's still cooking it. Still launches it through as well. Surprised about that. Emre on the window. We'll go far. IDA's locked in. Another nade on his feet. Emre down. Darkin last left alive. And it does feel like Thunder Talks will hold on despite everything on this southern edge.
WNRX could have shots across the field, but they're not chiming in just yet. They're more preoccupied somewhere else, it seems. Darkin now, shimmying on out to the outside. Kairos is super low here. Takes a tickle of damage from somewhere. They're looking for it. I think they have no idea that Darkin has moved, but someone else does. There's shots coming through. I think that's from Rook across the fields, and he has to shimmy out into the bush. Thunder Talk seemingly no idea where this guy's got to.
This is some Metal Gear Solid gameplay. Seriously stealthy.
Exclam. He's spotted.
Oh, Striker will just take shots into the bush there. I think he was just taking shots into any bushes at that point in time, hoping to catch him. And it works out. TTQ weren't taking any chances there. It looked really risky. Some great nades from IDA, but it's not meant to be. We're heading through into stage 5 shortly. Regnum Carya currently holding off the Guild. Boars Carya. I thought Guild would wrap. Instead they do the complete opposite and just send to the top of the mountain. It's a wild maneuver.
Does seem to be. Beşiktaş now in dead last, by the way. Guild had a day. They have stepped up a little bit, but not out of the mix of it just yet. Beşiktaş now in the dishonorable 20th place. Just the one player standing. Falcon is trapped behind cover. Will not be able to move. Look at the zone. It's shifting away. Actually, from the top of Everest, this is a really important shift, Blank. Leaving the top of Everest out of the running means that those teams have to get out of there. So, it's over to the compounds. I'm looking at Fireflux and thinking if they can't win it now, they can't win it anyway.
Yep, they've got a great spot to play in. It's a good area to kick off from. Boars coming in from that outer edge. Falcons, though, down towards that east side. Don't count them out just yet. Still get some good points on this game. But Regnum, Carya, Guild, Boars, Rook, all going to struggle to move off from these positions and get in, especially with BWNRX holding on this western side. Fireflux holding for anyone moving in. They don't have control over towards these northern compounds, though, so there is potential that team could just send it in. That does require them to still have vehicles on that top side, though.
That is true. Starting to make their move. I mean, Boars are closest to it. Falcon is from Beşiktaş actually on the run. Will look to try and make it to the roadside. Does so successfully, but does go down, unfortunately. Spotted on the rotate. And the point is picked up. Regnum, Carya, they've been very tight to one another right now. Over on this northeast side of Everest. They've been there for a while. They've only got 2 elims, but they have held on to ground. The question is, can they defend it further? Boars Supermassive losing another in the process.
EWNRX. A good start there. Some good shots along the way. Carya now just send themselves downwards. Like I said, it all depends on how many vehicles they have remaining. This has been an awkward run for them, and Zed Wolf has some good accuracy and a ton of bullets to work with here, John.
Yeah, he's got a bit of open season right now. On the ruins area, on the fields to the south. It's going to be rough. He's just spotted. I believe that, yeah, I think that's over towards Thunder Talk over on the southeast side. Smoke start to bloom. There's 2 players out there. Trying to navigate this one. The circle very close to popping again, actually. As Regnum, Carya going to have to reposition off the mountaintop. Down to the last minute of this phase. Carya transitioning as well. Down off of that hill, trying to find their way on it.
Kairos, TTQ and Striker holding on that south side. There is some shots over towards Guild, and they're out in 10th. 5 elims, though. Like you said, they're a bit better, but it is only a bit. Fireflux holding, don't have a huge amount of terror reigning over this lobby. They're just huddled on that northeast side.
They're starting to spike out. They just added another elim to their tally. Regnum, Carya also under pressure from them. Looks like Fireflux are bolstering the northern side. Papua Supermassive do get eliminated, so 8 teams now remain. Placement points have kicked in. Carya struggling, Regnum, Carya struggling. Descending from Everest is always treacherous, but when you try to do it alongside another team, it's all the harder. CEO later tries to hold the line behind the vehicles, but goes down, gets knocked. Will he be able to be picked up as a flush? Because Regnum, Carya turning up. Hoser trying to hold down the angle on the sidelines as well, and the shift goes up to the north. We'll get a little bit closer to them, but neither team is happy about this one. Regnum, Carya, least of all, going down in 8th.
It's not a replay, this is live. We are live right now. Koa.
It's going to lock in
From
Thunder
the
Talk
Falcons.
At the top there, on the point scoring.
Yeah,
79 so far.
It's pretty insane, actually. Koa from Falcons, as well as the rest of the team, still alive up towards the top 7. A very good result. The Falcons, the first time in probably 5 days, they've actually outlived Papara Supermassive here on an Erangel. Speaking of, they will find Navallo though.
Oh no. That's Thunder Talk as well. Another point added. 12 elims on this match. They're up to 80 points blank. This is very impressive. They've now hit that 10-point average on their 8 matches they played. And they want a little bit more, but the play zone takes Striker down. That is a bad time. What you imagine happened there, the play zone was pushing in. He knew he could withstand a tick or two, but then someone shot him. Got taken very low, and the tick just took him over the edge and will go down fully. So Thundertalk playing as one. How far can they survive? Because Carya also a solo. Rook also a solo. You've got 2 players alive on Falcons. There could be a couple of placement points in it for just living for a little bit longer.
Yeah, up towards 7th right now. Start tick up on that 5th place. And then all the way through 4th to 1st, you get more and more points on board. Still a couple of solos and duos still in the game. Poser in particular, BWNRX are looking to figure out how they're going to approach this next circle. Down inside this valley. Falcons also need to move into the zone, and Boars are here. But 13th place now, so they have redeemed themselves at the bottom of the lobby.
For now, it seems to be the case. Boars now close by to Falcons on the south side. Falcons downhill. Boars do have a couple more angles to play around. All 4 of them are alive. Rook in the middle. I'm surprised that Momodal's been able to keep his head down like this. Falcons under the more pressure, though, as the Boars turn their attention out that way. Thundertalk eliminated. So another placement going on up as Koa goes down. It is just all up to Snowix now as the flush comes through. Just 1 player remains. Boars looking pretty healthy on this northern side. Fireflux not getting involved.
Model blasted out of this world by Frozen. Through down with 5 teams remaining. CTQ also fell at a similar moment. Heading into stage 7 now, but it's an incredibly open map, and BWNRX are looking to sweep.
We're going to move in from this western side. You can see they're pushing in, getting some info over towards the eastern side. 2 players out in the field, but it's Boars who catch Kine lacking here. And Snowix might chase it down and steal that point away. A nice result for the Falcons. That's actually their first elim on the match. Pretty aware stuff there coming through from Snowix to just make sure that you're getting these points where you can. It's not often that you're afforded an opportunity on Erangel to get points scoring this late. Frozen steps too far forwards. I feel like BWNRX have just made too many mistakes here on this flex out.
Yeah, just a couple. Too many mistakes. BWNRX, I don't think they had to push that far, and now they go down to 2 players. It wasn't really worth it. They had some good aims, some good shots. I don't know if they were unaware of where Boars were playing.
Fireflux still on the northern side. Have the rooftops with the next circle. It's pretty nasty stuff to try and approach this one. Poser, I think, aware of the presence of the south side of the road, trying to move up in the smoke train along the side of it as well. But that is going to be very, very dangerous as BWNRX also mount up their smoke train. Ooh, Snowix with the challenge. Zedwolf wins it. Mini 14. 8x as well. I mean, you're not winning that range.
Fireflux on their lineup. Look pretty good here with Boars as well on that southeast side. BWNRX is starting to move through.
Fireflux chiming into the fight. Boars with their mainstay position have quite a decent ball to be rolling with, but BWNRX nipping at their heels. Zedwolf repositions, playing close to Kakali now. They're trying to go for a 1-2 punch. He's only got a mini 14 and a pump action shotgun. Zedwolf has a big mid-range disadvantage here. Needs to get up close and personal or play at distance. He was trying to play the distance card. It wasn't working out. Now he needs to try and close that gap. Tulika, low. Zedwolf wants to put another one behind the rock. He knows there's been damage inflicted. Can Kakali chime in as well? Oh no, it's Scarface on the off angle, and that is Zedwolf down.
Zedwolf out. And BWRX will go down in 3rd place. 4 eliminations, not a terrible result for them. But Fireflux with 7 elims. A much, much better game overall for Fireflux. They were looking for something like this one. Now it's just Boars down the hill. How do they play out these final moments?
Pusher trying to sweep out wide on the northern flank there. Boars playing this ridge. The approach to this compound slopes away from it, so it can be covered by that terrain. But Ketch on the high ground might be able to catch them unawares if they misplay it slightly, if they misposition. You can see the health bars on Boars as well. A little bit lackluster compared to Fireflux, but that can change in the blink of an eye. A good nade. Spray down. An off angle from Scarface being established here. Getting a little bit risky, but hops out. Has got teammates with him as well. Matcap moving into position with him too.
It's a good roll down from Fireflux. I actually really like it. They didn't want to allow Boars to move up in towards this hard cover. The good first nade gets a lot of tags on board. Will give them a general indication of where the Boars players are playing. 5 nades in the hands of Scarface. This has got to be it, John.
You've got to find it here and now for Fireflux. They've been in the danger zone for far too long for their liking, and they want a little bit more. Scarface has found 4 elims. They're guaranteed a decent scoreline on this match, but the more the merrier in terms of the points. But the Boars want it too. They're pretty close on the tables. These overalls making them sweat right now. The 2-2 split for Fireflux. Actually further from the middle, though, on this 9th stage close. We're going the distance.
All the way into stage 9. 4 players from Boars, 4 on Fireflux. First time we've seen a full team v team. Quite some time in a zone 9. They need to find something to start things off for Fireflux, because this is going to get to a point where they all step up. At least Solus has a little bit of cover to work with. But is it going to still be here by the time Boars have to crest this ridgeline?
You never know. You never know. Moving up, though. Fireflux establishing vehicle cover here on the ridgeline. 4v4. Ooh, a little bit of a crash there for the Fireflux vehicles, but that's not going to go punished here. Pusher not in a position to do so. Tulika playing down low. The Boars playing slow. Nades now being cooked by Fireflux. Launching up high. It's going to be Pusher who's going to have the most impact here. Double nade. Doesn't quite burst. And Tulika goes to half. I'm still waiting for Pusher to establish an angle, to get a shot, to get something. As the zone closes further and further, a minute and a half from being completely gone. They have to push together. Pusher regroups. They're going as 4. Scarface with the big nade. Potential over the top. Finds the first. Havlik falls and the Molotov at his feet. But he cannot get res now. They don't have the time. Tulika low. They're chipping away at the Boars' health bars, and Fireflux make it work. Solus careens straight on in the buggy. The Boars look to pick him up and do just that. But they've taken 2 of the Boars down with them. Tulika low. Pusher there. 3 versus 2 now as Fireflux look for the hold. Then lighten him up. And Pusher goes low. But Scarface goes next. And 2 players still alive. Cannot quite make it. Fireflux do manage to go all the way just in the final moments, just in the nick of time. A little bit too bold from Solus, but they find it nonetheless. And Fireflux chicken dinner.
And that was the massive chicken dinner that they needed to keep themselves in the running, the bottom side of the tables. It was a long time coming for them. They had every single benefit in the world there, the position they were playing. Like you said, if it wasn't there, it was never going to happen, right? If it was never going to happen. They had pretty much everything they could ever want. They were playing over towards those compounds. They looted them all up the maximum. They had tons of grenades to work with, tons of utility. And they just showed us that moment of like, yes, we can play the game. Like, that was a good end game play as well. It was very, very good end game play, the way they lined up, set the nades in and slowly shuffled them over towards a unfavorable location, and had the side swipe on the flex out. So yeah, great play. Very great play.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. I liked it a lot there. Those nades that they had at the end as well, just really important. Nobody actually really tried to crash that compound, so they were able to save up quite a lot from that one. It was only the teams from Everest that really had a go, but they were taking shots at each other in the meantime, and nobody gave them that big challenge over towards the compound. So saving the nades, very friendly, very helpful for those score lines. And that alone, I think, will qualify Fireflux, right, towards those finals. And they'll be happy with that one, especially going into the final day. They got 4 more matches to make that one work. So I'm excited. You've also got Thunder Talk pushing up towards the first place position, Blank, breaking that 10-point average, doing pretty well over the course of today, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder Talks have just taken chances that they wouldn't necessarily take over the previous days. And I like that they've done it as well. It's just a bit more of that confidence coming back on side. Yeah, really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff from Thunder Talks. Every single team here has been really fantastic today to get themselves back up. It's been a very interesting final Erangel as well, especially with Papada Supermassive somehow finding Falcons despite them both leaving that location at the start there. That was crazy. Sniffed them out. Here's our final blow of the match though, as it came through. Firefox over towards Boars.
Solus going straight on in. I mean, it feels like that was almost more to keep Boars from pushing out over this ridge, right? From just going for a full Hail Mary push. And it did get a little bit too close for comfort towards the end there, but they were able to seal the deal. It felt like Solus was just trying to drag them back, right? Sacrifice himself and just slow them down, play with the blue zone. MVP actually goes to Kairos from Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Kairos been able to pick up 1,000 damage total with 6 elims on Thunder Talk. It's a huge amount of work that game. Only living for 22 minutes as well, so very good conversion rate on time to damage, and he's even able to assist on 3 elims as well. So yeah, a lot of work done by Kairos that game.
Yeah, able to pull a shift that put Thunder Talk on the top of the tables. They'll be very, very happy with that to close down day number 2. There is still one more day of games, so we'll have to wait to see who's going to take that accolade out of the knockout stages. But taking a look at the match stats, it's Flux with 6 elims, 1 nade elim, but it's Kairos topping the damage meters. Nico, actually, I think that puts him second place, right? On most distance for Thunder Talk as well. 394. Not quite 400, though. Got to brush up those numbers.
Yeah, 394 again would be an incredible marker for us in these games, and very, very far ahead of what we've ever seen in the past. It's just that 400 meter just blew out of the water. Really just blew out of the water. Scarface, I think he did really great that game. The 6 grenades on side, I think every single one that he placed did a bit of damage, a little bit of chip damage, all got a knock. So yeah, a really, really nice end game from him to ensure that Fireflux did take that win.
Yeah, they had a lot of work to be done, and he was doing some heavy lifting. 865 damage. You can see across the board, it was Solus who really didn't do too much. I think a lot of this damage must have come in the final moments of that match, and Solus just sent in with a buggy. Much more of a passive presence, but it's going to work, right? They do still get the chicken dinner. They do still manage to clock up, 11 elims as well, so they should be pretty happy with themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. 11 elims for Fireflux. The chicken dinner as well. 21 points total, takes them to 46 on the leaderboards. It's a very, very important amount of points that they get. They only need probably like 10 more points and they're 100% safe to go through to the finals. And I think that that's a much, much better position to be in going to tomorrow. The only worrying thing is that they can't not have any good games tomorrow. It can't come down to the last game again. It's just, they can't cut it like that, especially in the finals. This is just going to place them right at the bottom.
Yeah, it's not ideal. So what they need to do over the course of tomorrow is just get 3, 4, 5 points a match guaranteed, and it would be enough based on that match. So as we take a look at the highlights from that one, in general, that is what they're going to be looking to do, right? Just play a couple of consistent games, but the more and more matches, as you say, you've only got 4 chances, right? To earn a few more points here. The more matches that go down at 0, 1, 2 points, it's going to get so much worse for them. I mean, that's kind of what we saw from Guild. They do love to cling on right towards the end, though, Guild, and we'll see if they're able to do that tomorrow. But one of the teams in contest for those elimination spots did just fly all the way up the tables.
BWNRX. It could have been a good game from them. They make a big mistake, though, and I think there has been just quite a few weird mistakes coming through from BWNRX overall as these games have gone on. I didn't feel quite like all there today.
No, it's not been an ideal day from them, but they have managed to get enough points to be a little bit chill about it, a little bit okay with it. That final circle setup, I mean, that felt a little bit too bold. When they hadn't cleared the south side, if you know that you've cleared the south side, I feel like going for that may be a little bit more reasonable. But with the Boars still there, there's just no way to survive being on that angle. Not that they had too many choices, but still not ideal. Let's take a look at those match rankings. 11 elims for Fireflux, 21 points. That is a real sigh of relief.
Yeah, big time. Big time for them. Guild also getting 5 points that game. Good stuff. Boars still keeping it up with consistent 5 to 11 points per game. That's keeping them in the running. Been a little bit more aggressive. It has been nice. They get themselves a second place here as well, which is good. But TTQ with 1 place in points and 12 eliminations is very strange and interesting scoreline that very much suits TTQ as a team.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the case right now. Those 12 elims, kind of nutty, even though they went down very early on, 8th place or 7th place, one of the two, 13 total. So pretty happy with that. I'm interested in these overalls, though. I think Black Esports pushed aside on first place. Thundertalk will take that from them. Around the bubble as well, it'll be interesting to see where Fireflux have managed to get themselves in towards. I think that's going to put them, if not over 50, very close to it, which is sort of where we're expecting the bubble to be. Here are the overalls, and they're up on 47 on the front page as well, in 8th place there. And Thundertalk do indeed have that top spot with a 10-point margin.
Yeah, a huge, huge scoreline coming through from TTQ today. Very, very nice. I've been quite pleased with what we've seen from TTQ in terms of just their overall gameplay and aggression. You can see they're on 53 elims and 28 placement points. For one of the lowest over towards the top side of this lobby, at least contextually versus their eliminations and point scoring. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. They're up there at 53 total. Clearing ahead away of anyone else inside this lobby. There are 4 teams that would be going home tomorrow if we ended it right here. It's Bra, Guild, BRX Brothers, and Beşiktaş who have dropped into 20th. Something needs to change there. Falcons are able to get up towards 41, and Para Supermassive somehow still behind them.
Hey, you know what? Whatever. It is what it is at this point. I'm interested in K1, though. This feels like a team that, I mean, they had a real moment over in the league stages, right? Especially facing off against Group A. We were looking at them and thinking, wow, this team really has legs. But right now, they are not sitting pretty at all. Down in 16th place, 31 points. There's a 6-point gap. Sure, that does give you a little bit of a buffer, but you're 3 points behind the team ahead of you. You're 6 points behind the team above that. And those are the teams that you want to leapfrog if you want to feel a little bit safer in your position. So I have to wait and see just how they're going to be able to perform here. But yeah, the bottom 4, fairly disastrous. But credit to Guild, they have managed to do better today and have launched themselves off of the bottom of the tables. Our daily MVP is from Thundertalk, 2,500 damage on 4 matches, by the way. Pretty insane. And 15 elims.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Kairos. Wow. He was the MVP for this game. It is the daily MVP as well. 15 elims and 2,500 damage done. Some nice even scorelines there overall. And yeah, Thundertalks did well today. I think we've talked about Thundertalks doing well multiple times during this closing segment. But all the more reason to say that they're good again here with this daily MVP.
Yeah, it's a real good day to be a Thundertalk fan. They have had a good time, all things considered. They finished league stage in 4th place. They're finishing today in 1st place, and they have definitely done enough to be seen at those finals. I'll be following them as they move on through, and of course, through tomorrow's games. We'll come back to us for a little bit longer. We've got a little bit more to say, or at least I hope you do.
Not really, no. We finished on the day. It's been a good one. I've enjoyed myself. Have you enjoyed yourself, John?
I've had a pretty good time, actually. I've liked the double Sanhok day. I've enjoyed that. Seeing some crazy plays, seeing Papa Supermassive get really confused at the end of not having a fight with Falcons in Pachinki. They were like, "Whoa, let's go the other way." I love that.
They hung back. They went the other way. They decided that this is not the time to be taking a fight with Papa Supermassive, considering the last 5 times was bad. So they just went for it again. But yeah, overall, they're pretty fun. Pretty damn fun day overall. What are you doing for food after this?
What am I doing for food? I'm probably going to have to get takeaway because I'm trying to get to a party right now. I'm sitting here.
A party?
Yeah, there's things
There's a
popping
party
off.
going on.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're raring to go to a party right now.
Yeah, can I go?
No,
you got this?
Got to stay here.
Rats, what do you mean I have to do my job? Goodness me.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You must remain. And what's this party you're going to?
That's a birthday party, isn't it? I hope there's
birthday
cake.
party. I hope there's cake as well for your sake. But you won't have to get takeaway, sure?
I could, I'd get a flying takeaway on the journey, and
flying takeaway.
Yeah, like as you pass through the train station, you're like, right, there's a fast food joint. I'll grab that and I'll get on the next train.
Wu Shin? Is that like when they fly on the sword? The Chinese mythical stories?
What? I'm
not sure.
Lost. That's not my department.
It was like a flying takeaway, like you would fly there on the takeaway.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Like Kiki's delivery service, but like with a box of noodles.
Or you could like a snake charmer, but for the kebab. And the kebab like comes out from the takeaway, and you fly on the kebab.
That sounds so gross. That sounds really grim.
It sounded better in my head as soon as I started saying it. It was like, this is wrong.
Just a string of like greasy meat.
Charming it. I could do a good kebab. I could be a good kebab charmer.
You could be I think you are already,
Kebab charmer. I'm putting that on
kebab charmer blank
CV.
That's right.
I've never done it, but I could give it a go.
You could give it a go. That's right. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. That is what it's all about right here.
That's what I'm saying.
The Pmsl EU. Giving everything a try. For Paparazzi.
Not everything. Most things. A lot of things. Not everything. Not like
within reason.
Yeah, like not crime.
Giving everything a try.
Don't give crime a go. That's a bad idea.
No, actually, I'm not going to join in on that. I could do maybe like a little bit.
Just a little bit of crime. Maybe.
Like maybe I've done like a 1 penny sweet that I've got from the coffee shop before.
Oh, well, you know what? We're going to leave you to your crime. We are going to be heading home for the evening. I'm going to be getting off to my party. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow for the final day of knockout stages here at the PMSL Europe. It is all to play for. Our bottom 4 teams will be eliminated and only 4 more matches for each of them to play. We've got 5 matches total tomorrow. You better tune in to see who is going to get a shot to get to the PMWC at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ta-ra.